Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, January the 20th. That's not the 22nd, the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Venture. All right, well, what are we going to see today? So the markets are already weak again this morning after that massive sell-off at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, basically in the afternoon. Everything looked pretty rosy for a while, and then Peloton comes out, and I'm not saying Peloton was the only reason, but certainly Peloton really hit a nerve, I guess. So here we are with Peloton, a little bit of a bounce here, after yesterday's unbelievable downfall here. So there's a little bit of a bounce for Peloton. And then, of course, Netflix released earnings after hours. And as I always say, people, when they look at a headline, they might say, well, what the heck? How come Netflix is so down? I mean, revenue's up, earnings are up, et cetera, et cetera. But they guided. It's all about guidance, guys. What are you going to do for me next? And so it's all about the guidance. And I guess what they've said is that we're looking like we're only going to add about 2.8 million subs this coming quarter, and the analysts expecting 7. So that's a big difference, obviously. So all the streaming services are being hit right now. Disney's hit. It's not an earnings play for Disney, but they're being dragged down. I think what was the other one I was looking at? Roku. I think Roku was hit also, again, not on earnings, but it's just sort of it's an overall sector bad sentiment right now. So we'll have to wait to see what happens once this market opens. I know as I've been reading the post, I see some of you are looking to play Netflix on both sides, but we'll have to see what happens. Now crypto is in complete disarray. Look at BITO. Crypto ETF. Now that's an all-time low. Take a look at some of the individual stocks. Look at Mara and Riot. My goodness, Mara and Riot. And somebody posted, I think that crypto was under 40. Was it around 38,000 now? Now, could not see any news on this. Again, I was reading the posts on this earlier also. I don't see any news on this. The craziness, though, is that, well, you don't see here because our charts start at 7 o'clock. Hopefully earlier at some point, but they start at 7 o'clock. And, or am I looking at the wrong one? Yeah, BS. Could have sworn I saw that it hit 26.50 in the pre-market, but I'm looking at I might have to back it out a bit. I'm looking at my Interactive Brokers candles. That of course, Interactive Brokers starts earlier at 4. I'm sorry, 4 o'clock Eastern. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I read that it hit actually 26.53 in the pre-market. Crazy. No news on it that I could see. Another food stock. It's a food stock. That's about the only thing. SVFD. Another food stock. So maybe the foodies are going to go wild today for some reason. This is another one that has popped up. Huge volume. Look at that. 5.9 million. It's already doubled the float. Traded the float 2 times. Plus. I even saw snacks at some point was up, but I think it's pulled right back down. HBAN. HBAN is an earnings play. HBAN, H-B-A-N, HBAN is an earnings play. And got down on earnings. So let's see. Room underneath. if you, obviously some support right here around, actually it's not that far away, 1538, 16. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a big float, 1.5 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch, I think, to move it now. Probably the big move the biggest move is maybe done. Yeah, I put Disney down here. Look at the monthly on Disney. Look at the monthly right here. So we're at what, 141? The low right there is 143. The low right there is 142. We're at 141. So, look at that monthly chart for Disney. I mean, then look underneath. So, boy, I mean, Disney could have a bit of a fall also. I mean, it's already down 3.9%. But if it really holds under these levels and starts to gain any momentum on the downward side, I mean, there's a huge level underneath. Keeping an eye on DWAC. DWAC is holding 80. Holding 80. Let's see what happens with this one today. It didn't, it got down from 86 down to 80, so it didn't quite tank or anything, but I mean, it's holding 80. And the virus plays. Somebody asked me, well, I'll tell you exactly when they asked me. I think you probably asked me 2 days ago or 3 days ago what I thought about NVAX holding 100. It didn't. I didn't say that at the time, of course. I mean, I had no idea what it was going to do. But these vaccine plays, bloom is off for sure. Look at Moderna. Look at Moderna mRNA. This has dropped 33% in 8 days. I mean, the high up here was 243. We're at 164 now. That's about 33% off in 8 days. Problems with the newsfeed. I have no idea how to fix it. What is the problem? When you click on it, if you don't get news, I can't help you. You might maybe do an account reset, but what is the problem exactly? So is it every single stock? Maybe try to do a reset. Go to your account and do a reset connection or something. Not much I can help you with. You might have to send you to tech support, but because I mean, if you're not getting, if it was widespread, I could say, well, I'll have to go to tech support. But if it's just yours, but maybe try to do an account reset. And speaking of Bitcoin, of course, here's the ETF for Bitcoin, BITO. So it is 4% under a lifetime range or a lifetime low. I mean, just I don't know what to say about this. I mean, I've never ever been a crypto player, but and it's today the day that GME finally cracks 100. Just sitting right at 100. I got down to about 99, or what did I get down to? 99.94 after hours yesterday. Let me just ask a general question. Those of you with the single stock window, when you click on news, are you getting news? News headlines? Somebody is saying that when they click on news, it's blank. Now, let's make sure you click on something that might have some news. So obviously a GME or pick a mainstream stock at least to make sure. All right, well, you don't call them. Here, I'll give you the homepage link, okay, so you can start a discussion. The guys are there, tech guys are there right now, so okay, and start a discussion. Give them your no, one other thing. You do have a green ball. Let's make sure you are getting data. Just give me your email address so they can look up your account. But you do have data everywhere else. It's just news. It's a strange one. If it's just news, but you're getting data everywhere else. Thank you, Peter, and good morning, Gobi, in our YouTube room. Okay, so yeah, so it looks like it's just you. You're the lucky subscriber that no. Don't give me your email address. I'm gonna delete that. No. Click the homepage link. Click the homepage link. Okay. Okay. Click the homepage link that I put right here, and then you'll see something. Eventually you'll see something that says start a discussion, and that's when you tell them, hey, I'm not getting news. Here's my email address, and tell them that you are getting you do have an active subscription because you are getting data, right? You're getting other data. I want to make sure you're getting other data. So it's just news. All right, time is 9:12. Well, let's see what the analysts are saying today regarding upgrades and downgrades. Well, so there's one upgrade and 1,000 downgrades. I'm kidding, but uh-oh. Hmm. Guys, my mouse died. Just a minute. Just give me a moment here. All right, disaster averted. I knew I had another mouse. And here we're back. Okay. So let me take a look again at what the upgrades and downgrades are. I was kind of kidding about, actually there are more upgrades and downgrades. All right, let me get them in now. Here are some of the upgrades this morning. Netflix. And there's Peloton being upgraded. Who's the brave soul? Stifle. I read where Will Mead is saying, hey, they should be bought out. Fair value, $50 to $55. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And we'll get the downgrades in now. Ha! Well, guys. Netflix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 downgrades for Netflix. I've never seen that before. Not just, speaking specifically about Netflix, but just in general, I have never seen that before. All right, DWAC's, coming back a little bit, guys. Yeah, okay, so what Zach is saying, just to make sure, on the dip scan, which is, I call it the bounce plays from Zach. Obviously, if the market is tanking, just in general, not just his scan, but any sort of a dip that you might be playing, any sort of a bounce that you might be playing, but especially if you've got his or mine, I've got a bouncers and or toppers, or you created one of your own. Obviously, if the market continues to tank, we say this all the time, bounce plays will not work very well or very minorly if the market is tanking. You don't need necessarily for the market to be ripping higher, but you certainly don't want just, continuing to move down if you're going to try to play any sort of a bounce. Well, let's take a look now at our sectors. What are we going to see with our sectors today? The only one that could possibly be positive would be energy, but I doubt it. Yeah, it's just energy sometimes goes counter, but look at this. Everything is down, guys. So again, if you're new, what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors, giving you a glimpse. This is 10 minutes before the market opens. So what these percentages refer to, so XLE as an example, this is the big energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that ETF. Only 4.5%, well, 95% of them are down from yesterday's close, okay? Now they don't have to be down like a huge amount, but they're just down. So we look at technology, 95, the same. Financials, 91. There's no strong sector to start. Utilities, as usually utilities do better You know, when a market, when people get a little bit of freight in the market, there's a bit of a fleet of these utility stocks. They have dividends typically and things like that. But I mean, even that is only 50-50. But anyway, we'll kind of remember what this looks like 10 minutes before the market open. We'll take a look at it, you know, maybe an hour into the market. Things can change, of course, rapidly. Yeah, I have to admit, I have not seen multiple downgrades like that for a stock, and that is Netflix. And there could be more. I mean, I'm just looking at what Briefing.com has. I mean, I'm sure there are probably many more out there. And again, it's all about guidance, guys. It's all about guidance. If you just look at the headline, you say, "Well, what the heck? How come it got killed?" And it's all about guidance. You know, and they're saying we think we're only going to add 2.8 million subscribers next quarter. Analysts had been projecting about 7. So that's it. One day the U.S. will join the rest of the world and go to a centigrade. Luckily, I'm bilingual when it comes to temperature. You know, you could even say the same about Peloton, guys. I mean, we look at this Peloton drop and what Real is saying, the so-called smart money. We could even say the same really about Peloton because I mean, it's not like yes, I mean it was an amazing 15 minutes and then more. But remember, I mean, it's not like Peloton was $100 and went to 30. I mean, it already had been drifting away down. I mean, it already, 2 months ago, this had already started from 100. It was so dramatic. I guess sort of seeing the news, chiseled into the wall as opposed to, well, maybe there's going to be a slowdown, but they just hammered that right into the wall saying, well, we got inventory, but we're not going to make any more because nobody wants them anymore. I wonder what you could get a Peloton bike for today. Keep an eye on the DWAC, guys. I mean, that's the one. I mean, that might surprise us today again. Some volume coming in. And I can't forget to put my GME alert just under $1. Let's see if it finally today takes it out. Just under $1 in the after hours yesterday, but just kind of holding here. Who knows? Maybe we have a massive bounce off this 100. Take a look at Nautilus, NLS. See what Nautilus is doing. NLS. Yeah, I mean it got nailed with. Nautilus again. It's not like Nautilus was a wonderful company until the pandemic. I mean, that was Nautilus before the pandemic. Sitting at a $2 stock essentially. I mean, it is amazing. I mean, the home market for I have a fitness store near where I live. Tried to get something. I can't remember what it was, but I was trying to get something, and nope, don't have it. You know, put your name on a list like 2, 3, 4 months down the road. They were so busy, it was incredible. So just to give you an idea, I mean, you don't probably know this, but look at this. So here my gap up, here my pre-market actives up, okay? There's a list. There's a list. Some of them are, here's this crazy BSFC, you know, low float. No, I still can't see any news on it. And here's my gap, here are my gap downs. Thing is, you know, this little window is full right here up to this point. I've got to keep scrolling, 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 scrolling. Here are my gap downs. So I mean, it's obvious, but somewhat obvious what's happening, but here's Fubo, another one getting hit by all streaming services, essentially. Anything to do with that sector. So there's FUBO, almost an all-time low now. It's FUBO, I guess the 840s, 850s is the all-time low area. And HBAN, guys, is you know, not too many. Well, I haven't seen too many yet in the pre-market. My list of earnings plays will get full today, and more full next week. But look at HBAN. I mean, look. The only issue is it's got a 1.43 billion in the float. So when you look at the weekly chart, I mean, there's the next low looking left. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stall it, but it's not that far away. Because at 1580, you're looking at 1540. It's a huge float. All right, guys, yeah, 1 minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, okay? Just give me one. All right, I am now back. And typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm going to just hold on and see what's happening. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. And see how this market opens in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're now open. So again, right off the bat, well, again, I don't like taking these right off the bat. In the 10-day daily breakdown, we were just talking about H-band. Now, again, look at the 200-day moving average, 1535. It's right there. You know, there could be good support there. I mean, I may be completely wrong. This may blast right through it, but so we're getting these early ones on the 10-day daily breakdowns. Again, I don't like taking them so early. You know, things can get very whippy. There's the MTTR. I mean, it's up to you. Viacom, VIAC. Meanwhile, we have this silly little BSFC with no news that I can find. I have no news on this one. CSX, what are you doing? CSX, It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction. Okay, DWAC getting a little bit of love so far from the market. So CSX, I don't even know what they do. It's a line haul railroads, okay? So it's basically a freight company. Now look underneath. I mean, there's some room. I mean, it's probably, yeah, I thought so. It's a big float, 2.2 billion in the float. So, it's going to take a punch to move it. 2.2 billion in the float. How much more dynamic will it get? All right, guys, for you brave souls, we have GME. This is trying to hold 100. So a little pop here for you brave souls out there. So what is the market doing? All right, actually, not as, SPY's down, of course. Dow's down a little. NAS is down a little. Not like a huge thumping to start off with. All right, so we've got a couple of meme poppers, AMC and GME guys. Again, this is not suggestions to buy. I'm just pointing it out. I know some of you like to play these. Be careful, of course, but I was mentioning that maybe GME would hold 100. All right, now let's take a look at some of the ones that are breaking down again. The laser. Tell you, DWAC's got a little bit of love here, guys. I mean, we have our first halt of the day, and this is a food stock, I believe. BON, yeah, bone line. So some of these food stocks, for whatever reason. So BON just got halted. It did get, another one of these crazy ones. It got up to 690. I don't see any news for it today. I mean, I see some news on the 12th, but I do not see any news on it today. But I guess it's just piggybacking. I mean, it's just a low float. Traders are looking at something, trying to grasp something that might look like a BSFC, which is doing what right now? I mean, keep an eye on this. I mean, again, I have no idea. Anybody have any idea about what happened with this one? I'm looking for, even if it's, some BS from Seeking Alpha or some notable tweeter. I don't see any news on this. Zero. And while it looks dramatic right here, it actually hit 26.53 in the pre-market today. All right, guys, so the Dow has gone mildly positive, basically flat. We have HKIB. What do you do? HKIB just got halted. Very little volume. I know some of you were following Sophie, SOFI, taking a bit of a hit. Again, it's early. Well, talked myself out of the CSX with that float, but I mean 34.71 and now 33.91. Got a lot of room underneath on that weekly chart, but you know, I don't know how much more dynamic it can be with that float, 2.2 billion in the float. U.S. Steel, excuse me, U.S. Steel been in a downturn for several days. Excuse me. This 20 level, well, let's see, the low is right here in the monthly. Look around 2050 or so. What's the low right there? 2044, 2054. So that little 2050 level, pretty key. Takes that out. Then you look left, and wow, I mean, right here, I mean, I'm not saying it would get there even if it took out 2050, but the low on that monthly chart is 1682. So kind of look out below for U.S. Steel underneath 2050. You know, there it is on the weekly chart. You can kind of see a little bit of support, maybe a support area. MBOT's going well. I don't see MBOT anywhere, so let's see what's happening with MBOT. Okay, so this would not be showing up. The relative volume is getting up there, but the volume is still light. Most of my scans have about 500,000. All right, well, Cliff and CLF, we've got sectors. These are the sectors, guys. So U.S. Steel and Cliff, CLF. Yeah, wild action for Dwack in the first 15 minutes. You know why I don't typically trade in the first 15. Cliff and US Steel, CLF and X, guys, both moving down here. Sophie, SOFI, another one moving down. So what is the market doing? So tech is, you know, NAS, yeah, weakening, Dow's down, SPY's down. Not huge yet. Lazar, LAZR, another one that had a big day yesterday for a while. Got up to almost 17, closed at 15, now below yesterday's low. Oh boy, I'm X and Cliff guys, free fall right now. But what did I say about X? 2050 was kind of a key area. 2050. Yeah, SVFD just got halted. Another one of these food stocks. No, MTTR. So where was that first alert at 10:54? So it's at 10:46 now. So it hasn't moved that much. Basically an all-time low now, guys. Remember, this was a SPAC that turned into MTTR. So basically at an all-time low now. Well, talked myself out of the CSX, but look at this now. It's 34.71, 33.48 now, $1.30. Below the 200-day now. Excuse me, below the 200-day moving average for CSX. Whoa, we're really gaining some. Oh man, look at American Airlines, QS, PLTR. And now Freeport. There's FCX. I was wondering when it would join with X and CLF. Well, nothing's really safe now. I mean, look at this PLTR. Well, GME had a little bit of $3 pop, and now, wow, look at this, under a dollar. I keep saying a dollar. It might end up under a dollar, but under 100. Wow, Dwack, man, oh man. I was really interested in about 85. I was waiting for this area up here. It may happen later, but wow. That's why I don't like trading in that first 15. Probably a really key area for it to try to hold would be 73. Underneath that, look out. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yesterday's, remember CWH? This was actually almost somewhat better than Peloton, only because it really didn't have a bounce. But CWH started its descent about the same time that Peloton did, PTON did, and it now continues down. Well, Zach, I don't expect to see too many topping tails today. SVFD just came out of its halt. Well, there's CWH right here, 31.35. So let's look left and see what sort of support there could be. So you look at left on that monthly chart. I see 29.45 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. That's a couple of dollars away. Let's take a look at that weekly candle. 29. So that's the same. So that weekly candle corresponds with that monthly candle. That one right there. So it still has some room. CWH still has some room. Excuse me. And I see the AI has taken, and wow, this is, I don't know, this is some kind of a fund. CWH, guys, got room, a couple of dollars, as I pointed out. How's Peloton doing? PTON. Yeah, not doing too much. I mean, it got up to 26.50, 25.20, so it's really not doing too much. Mildly positive. AMC, guys. Wow, look at AMC. I mean, the next level is 9. I mean, you look down here, there's that monthly chart. Sorry, yeah, 9. Okay, MTTR, guys, all-time low now. The alert was at 1054, 1041 right now. All right, things have mildly settled down now in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. So SVFD. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, it's only 2.3 million in the float. I guess if we stick an alert around 6, see if it takes out that 6. Pre-market high. Well, no, that's wrong. Remember now. Earlier, because we start getting our data at 7 Eastern time, I think around 5 o'clock Eastern time, I think this hit 26 something. You've got to I don't care what the AI says. I mean, you're going to look at something and try to take it long right now. It would have to, for me, it would have to have tremendous news. It has to be a great earnings play or some great news associated with it, such that it may not care what the market's doing. There's Lazar, LAZR, CWH continues down here. CWH continues down here. I mean, again, look at, you know, I mean, look at Peloton. I mean, look, Peloton is just hanging tough here. Boy, look at CWH. So the alert was at 31.35. MTTR, the alert here, 1040 now. What did Viacom do? Well, it means, well, okay, how can I say it without sounding flip? It means nothing. It just, it's you know, it's obviously of interest that a stock is at an all-time low. Who then is going to start stepping in and buying it? I mean, whether it bounces at some point, I mean, you know, there are people that just look for something like that, but at what point? But, you know, a stock that's at an all-time low, you know, you got to be pretty brave to step in. But there's no hard science, you know, to it saying, okay, well, first of all, a stock is at an all-time low and it keeps making an all-time low. Not like it makes an all-time low and it sits there, usually. Look at Nordstrom's, guys. JWN, JWN. It's like seeing a stock making an all-time high. It doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher. It's just an, you know, it's an interesting data point. Whoa, that could be it, guys. Look at GameStop now. CWH, CWH. And the Matterhorn, guys. I know it's Matterport, but Matter, MTTR. Look at Microsoft, MS, even, well, not even, but I mean, nothing is safe. Microsoft, breaking down through 300. Okay, why is this one going up? LLNW, bucking the trend, guys. So the next highs looking left are around 4. I'm sorry, around 5. So for whatever reason, LLNW is moving higher. All right, just give me one moment, please. You're right, they had earnings. Okay, you're absolutely right. Intel Trader, I see now, they had earnings after hours yesterday. Decent reaction. But you first. When I say that, you first to be the buyer. I mean, you know, it's pretty tough to step in and buy anything right now, guys. CWH. Look at this one, guys. CCXI of note through the 200-day moving average now. And look, underneath 16. Oh, look at Ride and Mara. It's a horse race to the bottom. I mean, Ride and Mara. We have another halt here. Bond just got halt or resumed, or no, we halted again. So for whatever reason, these little food stocks have done okay today. So we have the little food stock sector. Whoa, Fubo was on my list. Fubo, another one, almost an all-time low now. Fubo, almost an all-time low. FUBO. What is Netflix at? NFLX. Wow, 24%, half a billion in the float, down 24%. But as Rule was pointing out, I mean, this is already in a decline from that high of 700. Today just puts a real stamp on it. Well, here's the deal, guys. If the market puts any sort of a bounce in, we will have some unbelievable bounce plays. That's a big if, though. Okay, and a bounce would have to be, let's get 3 or 4 green candles in a row on the SPY. Okay, and we're not there yet, obviously, at all, not even close. But we could get some incredible bounce plays. Just stocks that have been beaten up, not for any specific reason other than the market going down. In other words, no specific news for like a Peloton or. See what the market's doing. I mean, it's just kind of resting right now, a mini rest. Another one, I think I saw Devon. I think I saw Devon being downgraded this morning, DVN. I mean, the energy plays were, the sort of the glimmer in the market. I mean, the energy plays were just basically going higher and higher. But now nothing. Oh, look at that. Look at that red candle now, guys, on the SPY. Well, you want to bet the market going down? Here's one of your ETFs, the SQs. Now look at Lazar, LAZR, LAZR, another new low here. Almost an all-time low. LAZR, almost an all-time low. Only 1.7% above. Yeah, so I mean, for those of you who won't short, I guess you're just sitting on your hands. Wow, I mean, devastating. PLTR, not quite an all-time low, but here we are, 983. Palantir. Well, Joe, it's not so much knowing how to short, it's just that there are people out there who just won't short. You know? They just won't do it. And that's fine. You want to sit out the market, until it gets has some kind of a bounce. But right now, you won't short. I mean, you got to be sitting on your hands. The Onion, ONON, another one. Look at this, another all-time low. This is not showing up here because the relative volume is only 3.5. It has to get to 8 for it to show up here. But another one. It's an all-time low. Yeah, and this is a little strange one. The NEA, I don't know what, I mean, it's a REIT or an income fund of some sort. But you know what? For instance, the STL, I'm looking here. I mean, if the market can, turn around at all. I mean, I'm talking about any sort of a bounce in the market. Some of these might turn around. But right now, we've had no bounce in the market. All right, things have settled. When I say things have settled down, what I mean is I'm not getting an overwhelming number of alerts like I was. Okay, that's all I mean. That means so stocks are not either making, well, very few were making new highs of the day, but I'm not seeing stocks making new lows of the day. This one just showed up though. I think G Pro just showed up. AUPH, AUPH is gathering momentum on the way down. AUPH, and all about a merger here. Doesn't appear too likely now. For me, I'm looking at a 15-minute candle here. Okay, get about 3 or 4 of them in a row. They don't have to be giant green candles, but give me one to start. Just give me one. And we had one here. It didn't last at all. All right, I have only one short going on, guys, and that is this one, the MTTR. I have only one short. Well, I think Eli, I mean, the dips, yeah, there are a lot of dips here, but how big a bounce are we going to get if the market doesn't at least stop going down? Market doesn't have to be ripping higher, for some bounce plays to work, but I mean, you certainly don't want the market against you. In other words, keep moving down. Right now, we're just kind of resting, maybe. Oh man, yeah, Cliff. Wish I had taken that one. That was it just hadn't showed up here, so I basically picked the MTTR. Define yourself as a scalper, Eli. And what are you looking for? 5 cents, 10 cents? What are you doing? MIR. Let's see. MIR. This looks like it could be an all-time low. Yes, it is. MIR, all-time low. What time is it? 10:10. What an incredibly fast morning so far for me anyway. MIR all-time low. I mean, nothing's holding it. I guess this was probably was a SPAC. It turned into MIR. There's Viacom. I mean, if Viacom showed up here, did not take that one. I am the MTTR. Waiting to see if it can take out 10, an all-time low now. MTTR. Wow, went in. You know what? I got some of this. Not as much as I wanted. I actually forgot I put a bid in. ON. Wow. It's a little scary. I've got to concentrate a little bit more. I got a little bit more. I have no daily goals. Wow. I mean, why I'm saying wow is that is my sound alert on this, the breaking down on volume. And it's just going wow, over and over and over again. Give me one more big leg down here. Look at Nordstrom's JWN. I mean, is it under? It's underneath 20 now. Nordstrom's underneath 20. JWN may be coming into support in this area. Now look at the market though, guys. We're not getting any bounce at all. Yeah, the only thing I would say about goals is, I mean, you should have maybe a certain maximum that you're willing to risk on the day. You know, if you hit that, then just stop trading. But I have no goals in terms of, well, if I make $1,000, then I'm out. Well, about 2 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, I said alerts have dried up. Not now. The onion is being peeled. O-N-O-N. I mean, if you're wondering why I like stocks like this and the MTTR, all-time lows. Again, I always think, who's going to step in and buy it? At some point, yes, I get it, but I always like to say, well, then you first. Schlumberger, guys, I was going to mention this one, SLB. It's an earnings play, actually. SLB was very choppy in the pre-market. And it's a huge float, 1.4 billion. But look at this. I mean, man, oh man. I mean, if it holds underneath 36 like it is right now, the next low looking left is 35.23. I mean, who knows if it's going to crash through that. It's a big float, though, 1.4 billion in the float. All right, guys, I've taken some of the MTTR off, just in case it cannot get through 10. That 10 to me, that 10 is, of course, a psychological number, I think, to break. So oh man, oh man, oh man. I've got to be careful. I don't want to see a big bounce or anything. And that's a good rule, real. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to jeopardize. You don't want to, be up a lot and then start, thinking, well, I can't miss today, and then start giving it all back. That's probably a good rule. Here's H-band, guys. H-band. Earnings play H-band. I think this is a big float, right? H-band, big float. Come on, load. 1.43 billion. Wow, through the 200-day. Maybe some support in this area. H-band. All right, so I took some of the, I took some of the O-N-O-N out. O-N squared, how's that? It's a little spready. DKNG, guys, DKNG on the way down. I mean, as Real would say, the smart money has been knowing about this for a long time, but look at this. Boy, take your pick. PLTR, DraftKings, DKNG, CCXI. I mean, they're just can't get them all. But how's this MIR doing? Oh man, oh man, oh man. 10:20 already. I'm going to hold off on my little spiel. Just have to pay a little bit of attention. Then we have our first little bot in our YouTube room. All right, guys. This is a little relative strength scan that Michael Noss put together. So I'm got to give him credit for this. You're looking for stocks that are kind of moving against. Of course, I don't want to talk about ETFs, but you're looking for stocks that are moving against what the market is doing. You know, I'll give this to you. Okay, it's just a top list. Just a relative strength. And of course, you could also flip it, you know, when the market's moving higher. Well, look at. All right, another move down for ONLN. I mean, I did take some off, but now let's see what happens around that 24 mark. Oh, this is just an accelerated sell-off now, guys. Matterport trying to get through 10. Yeah, you've got that right, Zach. And we're talking about right here is wow, 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 over and over again. What I did with that one though, I did put the don't repeat version, you know, but look how full it is. Look how full it is. These are all the stocks that were hitting that scan in the don't repeat version. It's just to keep an eye on it. It just even yesterday it wasn't like this. No, I'm not going to share it, Sam. I'm going to get you to do it on your own. Okay? To create a don't repeat version of a scan, all you have to do is take the scan and duplicate it. Okay? And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just wanting to show you and anybody else how you can do something like that. So any scan, okay, an alert window. So first of all, duplicate it. because you don't want to overwrite. And then now just take it, right click, properties, don't repeat. Now pick your time. Click, check that, don't repeat symbol 4. I've got it on a day. You can, pick a different time frame, and that's it. Then just give it another name. Maybe add the DR in front of it so you know it's a don't repeat version of the scan. Okay? And you can do that with any scan. Well, again, in theory, there's probably a number. I'm going to speak for real, but there's probably a number. Let's just say, for argument's sake, if your number is $300, if I'm down $300, I stop trading. I just turn my computer off, and that's it. I'm just using that as an example. There will be a number in which, because what happens is you can get really, really, really drawn into revenge trading. And so your maximum daily loss that you were prepared for, it hits it, and it hits it early, and you think, come on, the market is still open another 5 hours. I can get that back. And that's what real is saying. No wiggle room at all. It's hard though. I mean, you get the feeling nobody wants to. Trading is exciting, but you hit your maximum loss. Don't look at the market. Literally, turn off your computer. Go outside, walk the dog, read a book, whatever you want to do. Don't look at the market. An hour later, let's see what's happening. I can take that trade. Don't do it. Well, guys, it is now 10:25, so I will start my little spiel about trade ideas. I've taken most of my onion off. Okay, struggling to get through 24. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And as always, I start off with my home page. Yeah, but as Real said, and I like that. I mean, he put a number to it. So let's just say you're up $1,000 on the day, okay? And then so all of a sudden you take a couple of trades, and now, as he said, if he hits 20%, so in other words, he gets his losses of say $200 back down to 800. So you're up. I'm just trying to make the math simple. So you're up 1,000, and now you take a few more trades, and now you're only up 800. Stop trading. And that's the number he uses. But I will never stop trading on a good day unless something like that happened. Or as William said, you're up $1,000 or so. Again, I'm just using these numbers. You're up $1,000. Maybe you start reducing your risk, on the next few trades. The risk meaning the amount you're going to trade. The amount you're willing to lose on a trade. I know we always talk about keeping the risk the same every trade, approximately, but there is some wiggle room. So if you're risking $500 a trade, now maybe you reduce it to $200, okay, when you're up a lot. Or you keep the risk the same, and like what Real says he does, if I give up 20%, I stop. Turn the computer off. Walk away from the market. All right, so my home page. can't remember if I even put my homepage link in. Just give me a moment. All right, glimmer, glimmer of hope right there. Little green candle, glimmer. What time is it right now? 10:28. So 2 minutes for this to close. 1.5 minutes for this candle to close. Can we get another one? You know, maybe 2 or 3. All right, so I popped my homepage link in. A lot of information is there. Now, if you're in the main trading room, I have a tab called Barry's Homepage. It's there all day, of course. This is the link that you'll see in it, my homepage link. I'm going to click on it from the tab. And this is what you're going to see. So, want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha for 15% off. The first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the premium plan would be $22.68 a year minus the 15% on an annual basis. Standard is $10.68 a year on an annual basis minus that 15%. You don't, of course, have to have an annual plan. This is just a toggle. So you just click over here. Now you're in a monthly. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you're going to pay going forward. At any time, though, if you want to upgrade to an annual plan, we will honor the 15%. If you don't know this program, don't start off with an annual plan. Okay, you can just start off with a standard. You can try us out for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. We have 3 free sections in my homepage. We have the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and we have a big education section here. Most of it geared specifically to trade ideas, of course. We have a big user guide. We have the introductory lessons that I would look at if you are new to trade ideas. It goes over all the basic features. Daily support. So today is Friday. It is Friday. So Andy will be in, I'll confirm that, but usually it's Andy on Friday. I take a break at around noon Eastern, and Andy takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So you can head over there between 12 and 1 if you want. I'll put the link in again before I take my break. And as always, Chris is there. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week, we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. Week after, Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And then if you're new to trading, great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so a great little video series, all free. Now, my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing, all right? You're looking at this 10-day daily breakdown. It's right here, 10-day daily breakdown, right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. I get this question quite a bit now. What do I use in the pre-market to kind of set up the day? I use these 2 mainly. The pre-market actives up and down. And these are alerts. So I do get a real-time alert. And the gap up and gap down shared. Okay, these are the 4 that I concentrate on. So you want my scans? Here they are. Oh, nice to see that, Pradesh. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing your name too much. Okay, guys, we have a green candle, and now we have the start of another one. But remember, it's only 10:32. So you've got about 13 minutes for this one to close. So maybe a glimmerage of hope if you're trying to find a bounce play. And meanwhile, well, I'm out of everything now, guys. So you see, we did get the bounces. So some of these that were just getting beaten up, so we had the ONON. I was worried about it not getting through 24, so I took quite a bit off here, and now I'm completely out of it. The MTTR, completely out of it. They're kind of tracking the market. They're bouncing with the market. So I'm in nothing right now. And the thundering herd approaches. Give me a moment here. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So, this is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. So if I right-click, configure, and this is for those of you, who are looking at Trade Ideas or wondering, well, can I build my own scans? Of course you can. I already showed you that, yes, I am sharing all my scans, and the room is so great. Lots of other people in this room will share their scans, okay? But of course you can build your own. So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. It's looking for stocks between $2 and $35. This is a key metric that we have, this relative volume, current volume metric. At eight, that means it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay, all I'm trying to show you is the concept. You always start off with filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. So in this case, I was looking for if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. This is just the flip of it, of course. Stocks making new highs with similar filters in place. Okay, so these are real-time alerts that we get. Now, the good thing is that you don't have to learn, all right? You don't have to learn a programming language. We have created what we feel are enough alerts and filters. Let me see these icons. These are the filter icons. That for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? Now, again, I always have to emphasize this because people who are new, they look at this and go, oh my gosh, how can I learn all these alerts and filters? You don't have to. Why we have so many is that we have thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've created enough of them, alerts and filters, that they can combine them to get the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to Becca. I have one day she was here and the next day she wasn't. I have no idea. I have no way to contact people, of course. I have no idea. Why did he call it the relative strength? Well, I guess with the market dropping, and somebody's asking me why that scan from Michael, he called it relative strength. I mean, you call it what you want. I mean, you're talking about stocks that are strong and with the market dropping. Now, the market's putting in a little pump here, or a pop here. It's just a name. I mean, that's what I would call it too. I mean, if the market is tanking and stocks are moving higher, maybe call it a counter trend. It's just a name. I mean, look at this one, GLPL. It's a pretty interesting scan, guys. I mean, look at this one, GLPG. Did it care what the market was doing? No. Right from the outset. It's a very interesting scan he put together. I mean, I bet you it's really simple. It's just using the position in the 10-day range. And it's at the high near the highs of the 10-day range. It's sort of like this one, 10-day daily breakout, but in a topless format. All right. So I've showed you how you can create your own scans if you want to. We still have another huge resource of scans for you if you don't want to create your own scans. So if you click from our toolbar, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, these are all themed based channels, okay? Let's just see what the momentum channel looks like right now. Okay, what is a momentum play right now? Well, we have CNR. This will be Canadian National Railway. Okay, I'm wrong. What are you talking about? That's CNR in Canada. Okay, so it's Cornerstone Building Brands. So CNR, for whatever reason, it's doing something like this right in the face of the market. So anyway, if you like this scan, you can always save it to the cloud. What I'm trying to show you is how you can go through the different channels, extract different scans that you might like to take a look at. And, you take a look at it, you can right click, configure, you can see what it's looking for. Right here are the filters. If these filter values are met, stock makes a new high for the day. That's why CNR is getting these alerts. And of course, at any time, you can take a look at both my scans or these scans, and you can always adjust them. You don't like this price range, just change it. You want it between 10 and 100. Click on the summary. You see how it's changed now. Or you don't like the minimum volume, or you can, when you get used to using trade ideas, you might want to add a filter of your own, or maybe take one of these out. It's up to you. But we've created a lot of scans, so you don't have to create scans at the very beginning if you don't want to. All right, let's go to another channel. Let's take a look at the stock surging channel. I mean, what is surging? So there's BRN, change in 2 minutes, 9.7%. You can kind of see what's happening right here. So the action is heating up right now. You like this scan? Save it. So all I'm trying to do is showing you that you can go to the different channels and extract scans that you might like, and then you can bring them back one at a time from the cloud, creating a layout of your own without having to know how to build a scan in the first place. Okay? Now, let's take a look at the AI. I mean, the AI it's interesting, guys. I mean, look, well, there's CNR, in fact. Okay? Every single alert today was long in the face of the market. Has it been disastrous? No. Nothing's actually been stopped out. So, I mean, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. New, click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? When you do that, this is the window that will appear. I've attached it to these two up and down earnings plays, but these are the two windows, this is the window that will appear. And what I would do is I would incorporate this as part of your layout. This window is part of your layout. And then so on Monday, when you open trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You will not get an alert until at least 9:35. The first alert happened at 9:47. How you trade them will be up to you. I mean, it's that simple. There's no video to say, okay, I get this alert for CNR at 14:36. What do I do? You know, you don't have to get into the trade right at the very second. You can take, you know, I never do any trading like that. I'm always going to click on an alert, be it mine or from the AI, check the charts out, see what's happening, size it up, then I make a determination. And we have a stop price. So how you trade it will be up to you. But you know, people, you could be laughing and say, well, why would the AI be long every single? Well, found something in CNR it liked, found something in GBRK it liked. All right, another one starting to make its way down is Sun Power's SPWR. Yeah, I mean, the AI saw something in these stocks for whatever reason. So the only thing I would do in this scan here, this we call it relative volume scan, is I would add a minimum share because I mean, yeah, the CIR is moving higher, but 36,000 shares. So I'd probably add, you know, minimum of say 100,000 shares. And this would be good to flip. You know, and you know, we will have days where the market's rocking, guys, and you know, you want to flip it to get the volume, get the ones moving down. All right, this window here, this big blue window called Brokerage Plus. So for those of you in YouTube, if you want that topless window, I'm just going to paste that link in here. Me called it relative strength. You call it what you want. These are stocks that are moving, you know, contrary to what, you know, the overall sentiment of the market is. Call it what you want. All right, so this window here is called Brokerage Plus. I put in the Brokerage Plus link. So if you have an interactive, first of all, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay, so the link I put in has two videos. The Brokerage Plus link has two videos. The short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade, okay? But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's what it is. It's an option, it's a feature. You know, it's there for you to use if you do have an IB or E-Trade account. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it, but it's just it's a nice little feature to use if you want to, okay? But we link with many brokerage platforms, and linking, when I talk about linking, I'm just talking about the ability to link to a brokerage platform so that when you click on an alert, it loads into your order entry in your brokerage platform. It's a time saver. That's all it is. You know, before linking was available, if I saw an alert, I'd have to type it in. So that's all it is, okay? That's what linking, that's what when I talk about linking. This just takes it one step further that you can actually trade your account from within Trade Ideas, okay? So hopefully nobody gets confused about that. You don't have to have an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. Now the other main use of this, and not just for new people, but this is a simulator, okay? You notice here with this Brokers Plus, we have two options. One is live, which again shows you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. And then the next option underneath is called sim or for simulation trading, simulated trading, or paper trading, okay? And that's a huge deal because if you're new to trading, can emphasize more. Practice trading before you commit money to the market, okay? But also, it's not just for new traders. I mean, you may have a strategy, something that you'd like to kind of see. I wonder how this one would work. You start taking some trades in the simulator just to see how it would work. So it's not just for new people. Super simple to use. You just click on Sim, and this, now you don't have this yet. This is a kind of a newer version of it. But the same sort of thing. I think in this box right there, it'll ask you click on it, and then something will appear on the right hand side. Click on Simulated Trading. Okay. Well, guys, we are having a rally here. I'm looking at DWAC rallying. I'm even looking at GME rallying. I'm looking at AMC rallying. Virtually everything that I've got thumbnailed is doing this. Okay, along with the market. Well, I don't run Trade Ideas, so don't have enough users. Even in Canada, we do scan the Canadian exchange, but we don't have Canadian charts. We don't. It's a little bit. I mean, you can get real time alerts and all that sort of stuff, but it's not as shall I say informative as scanning the U.S. market. And the reason being, we just don't have enough people who are interested in the Canadian market. You know, I'm Canadian. Don't trade the Canadian market at all. So as a simulator, again, simple to use. Look at this, my watch list up, nothing appearing, not one stock appearing in the watch list up. But let's take a trade. Let's just take a trade to show you how you can do it. Let's go long Peloton. Okay. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's a 1 cent spread. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm just going to go briefly over money management and all by taking this this one. Okay, I'm going to take 100 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 100 shares. Now, this is going to be more easy later on. Right now, I find it very cumbersome, but I'm going to take 100 shares of Peloton. Okay, so it took 100 shares of Peloton in the simulator. The entry was 25.81. I'm going to put my stop at 24.81. I'm going to explain why. Not that I'm aware of Pradish in terms of latency, not that I'm aware of. So why did I put the stop at $1? Okay, first, so couple things here. You notice here that when I put the stop at $1, it says minus 100. So what I've done here, and I'm going to completely back up. Before you take a trade, you should have some kind of a checklist where you have to check every single box before you'll take the trade, okay? Now don't have 100 things that have to work, okay? You'll never take any trade. So for me, most of the things are already checked before I even see an alert. The reason being is I know that it's going to be in the price range I want to trade. I know it's going to have a minimum volume. I know it's going to have a minimum relative volume. All these things are already in my filter, so I don't have to worry about that. It's not like I click on an alert and say, oh wow, that's way outside the price range I want. Because I know, so I can check a lot of the boxes just based on my scans, my filters. So then I click, and now I'm checking because I'm more of a momentum trader, wanting to take trades near the high or the lows of the day. Doesn't mean I just take the trade because it's at the high or the low. Now I'm looking left to see what sort of room it has on a daily, monthly, and a weekly chart. Room meaning where's the next high if I'm going long? Is it like for instance, if I get into a trade at 10, if I get an alert and its stock is at $10 and I look left and the next high is at $10.10, I don't take the trade. Okay, it's that simple. So I'm sizing up things pretty quickly. So let's say I take the trade. So I go long Peloton here. Now the next thing though is, not all the trades are going to work. So I have to, for me, I have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple. Now that's the hard part when you're first starting out, because even if you agree with the concept, there should be a price where you're going to get out, because not all trades are going to work. Where am I going to put that price? Like, where am I going to get out if it's not working? So typically what I do is I'm looking at on the chart, maybe no less than a 5 or a 15-minute chart, and I'm sizing up where I think there could be a support level based on the trading activity at that level. And if it goes down below, if the price moves below that level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Others may say, okay, I get into the trade, I'm going to get out of the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the previous 15-minute candle, okay? How you get out, or a moving average, how you do all that, that's where the practice comes in. You have to get comfortable about how you place your stops. There's no right or wrong. I'm not right in sizing up the chart. Somebody who uses the low of the 5-minute candle, they're not right. You have to get comfortable on how you place your stops. I would say this, that if you're going to place a stop at the low of the 5-minute candle, it's pretty obvious where your stop is. It may be a little harder to size up where support is. So you might want to start off with that, but that's up to you. So placing your stop, or knowing where your stop is when you get into the trade, that's also going to share size you. How? Well, when you start to trade, you shouldn't be risking, say you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. That's why I put, you notice here, I had my entry was $25.81. I put the stop $1 away, not because that's necessarily the proper stop, but I wanted to make the math very, very simple. I have $1 stop. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, this should be pretty obvious. $1 into 100 gives me 100 shares. That's why I took 100 shares. So my share size will always vary depending on what the difference is between my entry price and my stop. Had it been 50 cents, I would have taken 200 shares. Okay? So it all depends. So I'm varying my share size. I'm keeping my risk that I'm risking every trade just about the same. And then the next thing is obeying your stop. First of all, if you're practicing in our simulator, if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trading. Okay, just forget about it. Because the next part is that even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't mean you can make money once you start trading. Once you start, it's easy to get out of a trade in the simulator, obeying your stop. You just click flatten and you're out. Oh well, I lost the $100. A lot harder when it's your money, because here's what starts to happen. You start trading, and you decided, okay, this is where I'm comfortable with how I'm going to place my stops. You get into a trade, everything, all the boxes have been checked. Now, some boxes, I mean, look, some trades, some things are going to look a lot better than, like some trades are going to look a lot better than other trades. Okay, and maybe the setup. I mean, you can check all the boxes on everything, but you can look at a trade and go, my goodness! But look at all the room it's got. Okay, so you get into a trade, and even the best looking setup with the best news, best earnings, best whatever news that is coming out, it still doesn't work. Sometimes it's very hard to obey your stop. When you get into a situation like that, you get a little bit stubborn. Even ego comes into it. You say, screw it. I know this is going to work. Okay, and so you don't obey your stop. So $100 turns into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally end up selling, and then you start beating yourself up for not obeying your stop. So there's that. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, letting that 100 turn into $200, $300, $400 loss, and then it comes back, and now all of a sudden you're up $200, $300, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Will that happen? Of course it's going to happen. All I'm trying to say though is money management. It can be devastating. You'll get the odd time. Well, that'll happen. It'll turn around, and you're very happy to not have obeyed your stop. But here's the deal. You obey your stop, you get out for the manageable loss. The trade can turn around. It can set up again the same way it happened the first time. You can always get back into the trade. Okay? That's it, guys. There's my spiel. Now let's take a look at what's happening in the market. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. Back. This is why when you're trading, look at the ONN. ONON. This was a marvelous short for me, but you've got to pay attention. And what did I say? I said, now, first of all, the market bounced, so this is going along with the market. Don't really like trades like that. Try to find this, the objective for me all the time is to try to find a trade that is not trading with the market. Because then every time the market does this, your stock could do this. Try to find the trades that are trading against the market. Or in other words, the trade you're in, you'd like it to be kind of on its own. Doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing. But at any rate, for me, I'm always so aware of these whole numbers. So look where it stalled. The low was 2404. I said, well, it's getting close to this whole number. I'm going to take some off, and that's what happened then on this bounce. Then a glimpse at the market is starting to move out of the trade. Okay? If you're an active trader, there are a lot of things to have to take account. You have to be aware of what's happening. See this red candle? Excuse me. Look at this red. Look how closely this stock is tracking the market. There's a red candle there. There's a red candle here. I mean, it's not the ideal situation. Now, I took advantage of these shorts early because, well, the market was tanking. So got to take advantage of that. But always aware that, they could trade alongside the market. I see GME has reclaimed, bouncing along with the market. GME has reclaimed 100. Will it stay there? Look at CNR guys from the AI. I mean, it was on that momentum scan from the momentum channel, and here it is from the AI, 1436, 1476. It's pretty impressive. Again, market is bouncing a little bit here, but remember how gold and silver were just ripping 2 days ago, all day long. They excuse me, virtually all of those gold and silver stocks closed near the high of the day. And now look what's happening. So you want to take advantage of maybe an overall downturn. Take a look at Dust. There's an ETF. So you can buy this ETF. This is betting that gold's going down. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just showing you how you could do it. All right, just looking at some of the things I have thumbnailed. So many things the things that I've thumbnailed have bounced a bit. Well, here's silver, guys. I mean, silver, AG. Now, that's not the silver ETF, but I mean, this is the stock, but for those metallurgical engineers amongst us, AG, of course, is the symbol for silver. Now, something to keep an eye on too. You notice in this Peloton trade right here, in the simulator, okay, at one point I was up $54, okay, on the trade, at one point. That's what that max P&L refers to. At this point, I'm up 18. It's a good idea to have these two columns, or these four columns, the closed P&L, but today's profit and the max P&L, and then the distance from the exit price. It's a good idea to have these four columns because this is going to tell you how good are your exits. If at one point I had been up $500 and then I allowed it to come down to $20, obviously that's not good trading. Okay, so keeping an eye on your P&L, max P&L, and then your open P&L, to see how close it is. You can't expect to get out at the absolute penny high, but you don't want to let something go from 500 down to 20 as an example. Okay. Or even worse, negative. There have been some big bounces in this market. There we go, guys. I mean, this is now a bounce market right now. We've got 45, almost an hour now. So, we've seen a lot of things that are bouncing. Now, how long it's going to last, I don't know. And so maybe the AI knew something. Maybe the AI knew that there was going to be a bounce. I'm kind of kidding, but I mean, it looked a little strange to see everything long, and this was early. I mean, 950, 947. This market bounce did not start until 10:15, I would say. 10:15, really 10:30 though. I mean, you could look at that and go, okay, there's a green candle. There was one, yes, but not necessarily is that going to define a bounce. But then all of a sudden we get this one and then this one. Again, how long? I don't know. How can I comment on ASAN? Well, it's just a market bounce. I mean, you look at the market. It's just following the market. I mean, other than that, I just can't really comment on it. But I mean, I've been trying to explain. There's ASAN. Here's there's a green candle. There was a green candle. Three green candles. Three green candles. It's just following the market. I mean, you could pick many stocks that look like this right now. Okay? So does that make sense? Did I answer your question? Eyes? Yeah, but pick any other stock. Look at AMD. I mean, ASAN is not doing anything differently from probably hundreds of other stocks. It's just following the market. Well, look at AMD. I mean, it's just following the market. No other comment. I mean, there's nothing, there's no news or anything like that. But, check out a lot of stocks. They're just looking the same. Yeah, Sam. So, have you written a custom formula? A custom formula before? Okay. Well, of course, here in the okay. If you want the actual price, I mean, I've got the position in lifetime range here. Okay. So, I mean, if that were 100% or above, then it's at an all-time high. Okay. But you want the actual price. I mean, to me, pictorially, it's just as good. But okay, if you want the actual, then I have to show you how to create a custom formula. Then I'll just have to find my. So I'm going to stick it into the tech support tab. Okay. Okay, so I just put the instructions into the tech support tab. Okay, And here's the formula that you'll use. Nothing fancy. Just give me a moment as I find it. Okay, high life. That's the formula that you would use. So if you follow these instructions here to create the custom formula, etc., and then that would be what you'd put in the box. And then it turns into a filter just like any other filter. But you could add it to the single stock window so you would see it. It would be a filter that you could add to the single stock window. Okay? Let me know if that worked for you after creating the formula. All right, are we having a stall now? As Real is saying, put a price alert, the top of those two candles, as an example to see if this bounce continues for the SPY. I mean, we had basically 45 minutes, okay, but now we've got that pause. So it could be over. Now we could see all those stocks that had that 45-minute 3 green candles up, we could start to see them move down. Look how closely this ASAN is tracking the SPY. There's topping tail, topping tail. Meanwhile, Peloton's bouncing, guys. I know a lot of you are thinking this long-term short, and it may be, but Peloton's having a nice little bounce. BTON. We can laugh also, but GME had a $10 bounce. I mean, the low right here was 92. 102 now. Wow, I didn't even look at your bounce play, Zach, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen this one, HTZ. Bounce play, 1923. You can see the candle. Here's on the 2-minute. And then it did a beautiful bounce, HTZ, taking advantage of the market. And what did Rite Aid do? Yeah, I mean, 1059, 1099. And Mattel came early. Modest bounce. How is Robinhood doing these days? Wow, unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Stock is 85.13. We're only talking a few months, guys. It's pretty simple, Sam. I mean, really, if you follow those instructions, you'll get to the account management trade or page. You just, follow the instructions. You'll see the box that'll pop up. Just type that formula in exactly, or copy and paste it in exactly, all lowercase, etc., with that underline, and then just save it. And then it's just a filter, like any other filter you've got. If you've never done it before, it'll be called U0. And so this is what I mean. If I right-click Configure, and I go down to my filters and I start well, I'll have to click on more. I start scrolling down, all the way down. So here are some of the custom formulas that I've created over the years, okay? These all start with a U. So that's all it'll be. It's just like a filter with a min and a max box. But for you don't need a min and a max. All you want to do, you can add it as a column to every single alert window or top list window. Or you can just put it in your single stock window. No, you can't. They're all unique to. I can't even share mine because they're all unique to the individual's accounts. But try it. I mean, it is simple to do. If you follow those instructions, it's simple. It's simple to do. What isn't simple, I mean, that's a very simple one, obviously. I mean, high_life. I mean, that makes sense. High lifetime, okay? But, some people are looking for very complicated custom formulas, and we don't have data points for them or something. So, that's where it gets complicated. But the creating one to me, is not complicated at all. There's Under Armour. Under Armour is actually breaking out with the market, guys. Look at the market. I mean, these things are following the market. So that's why you start taking some of these trades, you've got to have an eye on the SPY. Keep an eye on the SPY. Okay, seriously. The minute if the SPY all of a sudden, starts to rest and you see your stock doing the same thing, and then the SPY starts to, move down, you got to be aware of that. Now, right now, it looks pretty good. That was a sort of a pause right there. And so there, I had the SPY, put a little alert up here, the top of these two 15-minute candles. So it looks like we've got, a bounce still. Yeah, Sam, take that off topic. Not quite sure I know what you mean. I don't create my own custom channels at all, so I mean, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. But when you are you using the dock channel bar and creating a custom channel up here, or using the old channel bar? But look at Peloton, guys. I mean, Peloton's having 100 shares, okay, in the simulator, up $170 now. Look at the Dow. I mean, look at this. This is so funny. Well, funny, but I think that if DWAC can get over 80 again and really start basing there and start moving, I mean, it's moving with the market. You'd like to see it move, not with the market necessarily. I wanted to see it move on its own, but see, look at this. Here's the ETF for semis, 3-timer on the move here. So those of you who want to play ETFs and take advantage of this market move, here's a way in which you can do it. Okay, here's the link, but I would also go to our guide, our user guide. Now, just give me a moment here. Okay, so Sam, take all this off topic, okay? You're asking things in the stocks only. So I'm putting the link in the off topic. Creating a symbol list. I'm sorry, that's creating a symbol list. I'm sorry, forget that. Creating a doc. That was the wrong one. Creating a doc. But I would also go to our our user guide. It's probably, I think it has a video in there, and I would go to our user guide, go to my homepage, click here on the education section, go to the user guide, and then find the section on docking. Okay, scroll down a little bit, and here's the section on docking, okay? All right, guys, so let's take a look. What time is it? 11:26, so about half an hour. I'll be taking my break. Look at some of these bounces. I mean, look at ON. I mean, that was awesome at the beginning, but look at the bounce on it. You know, all the way from what, 23.97? I mean, that's a big bounce. About $1.50. Market is still, still climbing here, guys. This could turn into my favorite day, as I always say, a gap down in the market and then a recovery for a big portion of the day. Makes all the bounce plays A lot easier. So again, especially the stocks that got beaten up, not because there was anything specifically wrong. I mean, you could argue that Netflix, okay, yeah, Netflix had earnings. Analysts didn't like the fact that they said, next quarter we may only get whatever it's 2.8 million subscribers. They were expecting 7 million. The analysts were expecting 7. Okay, so there's news specific to Netflix, but a lot of these other companies just got dragged down because of the market. Not anything specific, not anything specifically bad for them. Well, Sam, there's always a bounce. I mean, no matter how bad the news is, there are people that'll step in, and in this room and other traders around the world that will step in and play a bounce, no matter how bad the news is. So I was saying before, even though a stock could be at an all-time low, eventually there might be people that'll say, okay, we think that's enough, and that can kind of begin a bit of a tidal wave of others doing the same thing for a while. Just for a while. It doesn't mean Peloton's going to, get right back up to 32 and back up to 100 and whatever. It just means today, after being devastated yesterday, it's having a bit of a bounce. That's all it is. That's the trader mentality. That's an impressive bounce though for the market. I mean, the market is almost positive now. Everything. I mean, the Dow is, SPY is a little, even tech has come back. So let's take a look at the sectors. Remember, we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened. Everything was negative except for utilities were about 50-50. So Gobi, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay? And you can pick and choose which ones you want. Let me just give you my home page. If you go to my home page section, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. You kind of pick and choose which ones you might want. But you can, to start off, you can go to our channel bar. There are a lot of layouts in our channel bar. So remember what this looked like pre-market, okay? Huge difference. The only big energy has not really recovered that much. I mean, 18% of them are up. But, I mean, look at tech. I mean, tech was almost at zero. In other words, every single stock was down from the close of yesterday. So you can see the rebound in tech. Financials come back a little bit, not much. Not much. What else? Healthcare, 61%. Look at community. I mean, all of these were basically almost zero. Okay, there was hardly anything that was up. Utilities were 50-50 of interest. The utilities, 85% of them are up from yesterday's close. So a lot of people still, and there's the CNP, that the AI looked at. I'm sorry, that's Canadian Centerpoint. Sorry, that is Centerpoint, CNP. I'm sorry, the AI looked at CNR. But anyway, I mean, now we could look an hour later. If this market turns again down, we start getting a thumping down, these will all turn. So, I mean, the idea right now, though, let's just say you thought, well, I want to take a financial, or I want to take an energy play. The market has put on a pretty nice rally, and yet energy has not rallied, really. I mean, it's come off a little bit from the bottoms, but really it has not rallied that much. So if you're going to take an energy play right now, you're going against the trend. So unless that stock really has some, exciting news about it, why would you take an energy play right now? Yeah, I mean, Will Mead, yeah, posted that yesterday. You know, he suggested that Peloton maybe is ripe for a buyout. Yeah, I think he said 50 to 55. I mean, that's his opinion, of course, and he's got followers, so. But he didn't say the buyout would be tomorrow. And I should reiterate, there may not be any buyout. That's his, that's his opinion. But there's no question, Peloton's had a great bounce, 15%. Yeah, I mean, Apple floated as a potential buyout. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if he said it or I know I read it somewhere that it would make sense, maybe some sense for Apple to buy Peloton. Sure. Well, I'm not saying it was just Will Mead. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I did see the tweet that he put out there, and he did put a 50 to 55. I mean, again, this is just somebody putting that out there, but he's got a big following. But that's what makes the market exciting. I mean, if you didn't have all this stuff happening, we'd be sitting there snoozing. Man, not one stock making hitting the watch list up. So what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of this Peloton trade. I'm going to flatten it, okay? And that's how you get out of a trade. You don't want to get out of the entire trade. And these are some hotkeys, all right? I could have got out of half the trade. I could have doubled my position, all right? Now, I'm just trying to show you though, here at the very high, I could have got out for $218. I'm out at 166. I mean, that's not terrible. You can't, again, expect to get out right at the high. More importantly, though, keep an eye on this distance from the exit price. Now, what you'd want to see is something, you want to see a big negative. Okay? If you get out of something, you want to see, man, did it ever drop after I got out? Pat yourself on the back. Okay, so it's kind of an interesting gauge for you to see how good are your exits. Now the other thing is you keep an eye on this, and all of a sudden, if this turns really positive, you may want to get back into the trade. So there's a way in which you can actually use this distance from the exit price to say, this is really starting to accelerate again. Click on the chart, of course, and see what's happening, and maybe you get back into the trade. Now, red bar. I will be right back. Okay, now we can say, uh-oh. I mean, look at this red candle now, okay? What time is it? 11:38. So there's only, a minute and a half for this to close. We can put a big uh-oh in. So if you were in anything that was bouncing, taking advantage of this, you've got to be really aware of what's happening. I mean, look at Peloton now. It's 36 cents below where I exited it in the simulator as an example. I mean, but we probably find many, many, many stocks that are going to look like that now. Look at AMD. I mean, it's just so many stocks are going to mimic what the SPY is doing. Now, the interesting thing is looking at stocks that didn't bounce at all. Okay, look at MT as an example. MT did not bounce at all. Look at what it was doing. At best, what it was doing, it was just sort of stalling. But now that the market is turning down again, it's starting to follow. So this did not bounce at all. Here's another one, SPWR. It did not bounce. It just stayed there for a while the market was bouncing. So, I mean, you could call this relative weakness, really, right? I mean, look at this. I mean, now the problem is if it doesn't keep moving down. But though when something like this is a little more likely that it's definitely shown what relative weakness to what the market was doing. It did not bounce with the market. I wonder what X is doing. I mean, X probably is doing something very similar. No, X had a bit of a bounce, okay? I can say that X had a bit of a bounce. It wasn't flat, it wasn't flat lining. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm internally having a discussion at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, ominous. This is ominous. Look at this. Look, look at tech. Well, Nas now, Dow now. Everything's down again. Let's take a look at our sectors. My guests are going to say, remember tech was at about 60%, right? Yeah, so see how it's dropping? Maybe it was about 70%. Financials really haven't come out. Energy is still down. Utility is still strong. You know, the flight to dividend-bearing stocks and things like that. So you could have, you could have that channel up and running all day if you wanted. You know, maybe minimize it a little bit. You don't have to have it so huge, and just keep an eye on the various sectors. Checking these early ones on the 10-day daily breakout to see if anything is happening. Yeah, you mentioned LLNW. It's an earnings play. It's actually an earnings play, so there is some news on it. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You see the reaction in the mauve area, about like where the rest of the market dropped, but big giant opening 15-minute candle. Yeah, not looking too bad. 128 million in the float, so there's a giant float for a pretty cheap stock. But I guess if you look at the the monthly chart, it's got room to the five level. Let's back out the weekly chart and see when the next high is. Where the next high is. Yeah, it's about the same. So that weekly candle right there is kind of the same as that monthly candle in terms of the high. So it's got some room. I mean, as a long play, it's got some room. All right, guys, it's 11:46. I want to make sure or see who it is in our traders room or YouTube room at noon. Pretty sure it's going to be Andy, but just verification. Yeah, Sam, everything off topic, okay? You're sort of not dominating, but you're putting these things in the stocks only. That's why we have an off topic, okay? Just go to the off topic tab. And there's no such thing as the best, all right? Everybody has a preference. There's no such thing as the best. You'll get different opinions. Whatever, over time, I have found that I have a 2-minute here. I could probably get rid of it. Wouldn't really bother me. The lowest time frame I really look at is 5. But if I had to stick to one intraday, if they said you could only have one intraday chart, it would probably be the 15-minute. But that's just me. Yeah, look out, SPY, look out. So Real is talking about the VWAP here. Let's take a look at where the VWAP is. 444.58, so it's below it, just a little bit below it. And meanwhile, SunPower, remember I was talking about SunPower, how it did not bounce with the rest of the market. And now that the market's turning down, it's resuming its downward trend. SPWR. Now we see that, my exit in the simulator for Peloton is 72 cents below, moving down with the market. And here's a strong stock. I mean, Las Vegas Sands. I mean, this has been fairly strong ever since the news. What day was that? Here. I mean, this is, you can just see. I mean, this is relative strength, guys. I mean, this one anyway. I don't know if all the casinos are the same, but Las Vegas Sands has resisted the market downturn. It's coming into the 200-day moving average, but look how beautiful that has been. And that was, news from Macau that day. That was last week, I guess. Let's just take a look at Wynn to see if it's doing the same thing, if all the casinos are doing it, or is it just LVS? Yeah, so LVS is definitely, let's take a look at MGM as the last one. Yeah, so LVS, huge relative strength compared to what the market is doing. Not just today. Now, here's one of the, I don't know if this happens, I don't know if it happens if you're attached to your live account. But if I don't get rid of this, this will turn into a short, I believe. I'm going to leave it there. I want to see if that actually happens. So if I don't go into the positions here, into my orders and get rid of this, this one right here, well, maybe it was canceled. Okay, it was canceled. Good. It's appearing still on the screen. That's what confused me. Now, you know what? The party for these little ones, though this is not a low float, has been kind of over for several weeks now anyway. The LL and W, but, en masse anyway. I'm not saying there's not individual ones that have rocketed, but by the way, IPOs, I wonder if they've been canceled this week. We should have had some IPOs yesterday, I thought. I wonder if they've been canceled. Postponed, shall we say. Oh, here we go. Postponed. That was a big one. Remember? That was going to be a big one yesterday. Postponed. Postponed. So that was a huge one for yesterday. Look who's behind it: Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, etc. And postponed. I wonder why. We don't display level 2 at all, Kevin, okay? Nothing. Your broker has it, as I'm sure you know, but we don't display level 2 at all. Personally, I don't use level 2, but some do. Zach uses it. You can find a way to use it to your advantage. Fantastic. I just find too many games being played, bid, ask, being yanked in and out. So, but that's just me. I always want to say that. This is not to disparage anybody who uses level 2. But I can almost guarantee we'll never have level 2. That is not a... Well, that okay, you can go... I'll put the link in for you, Purple. It's just a website that I use for IPOs, okay? Okay, that's what I use. And what I do, just give you a... What time is it? 54. What I do, just as a snapshot, for the IPOs, this is what I do. Okay, notice these are the IPOs that are coming up. I rarely put any notes in, when I create a price alert. But what I do is I load, obviously it has not traded yet, but I'll load like this one right here, FSPR. This is what I did. So I put FSPR in, not trading yet. I put a price alert of $1 because we know when it starts to trade, it'll pop up. It'll be over $1. But I also put in, just at a glance, I can see what it's all about. 18 million shares issued between 13 to 15. That was the projected IPO price. It gives me an idea about who is behind it. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo. So at a snapshot, that's the only time I ever use notes. Okay, and then when it starts to trade, this window, my price alerts window, will pop up on my screen, and then I can quickly see, all right, that IPO, because when we're in a lot of IPOs in a given week, you can get confused about, wow, what was the price? Because for instance, if this opened at $20 and I'm looking here at 13 to 15, I'd say, wow, a lot of enthusiasm for this IPO, as an example, okay? So that's what I like to do with the IPOs. I think it's way better than having a so-called IPO filter. Allows you to sort of go into it, examine it a little bit, see what it's all about, and then put these notes here so you're not completely in the dark when it happens. Yes. Made a column? Yes, right there. Oh, Terry, I know it's not just me, but there are people who use it, and I'm never ever going to say I don't do this, therefore you shouldn't. No. All right, guys, so what time is it? 11:57, so I'm getting set to take my break, and market is, how much time left? Yeah, a little less than 3 minutes for that candle to close. Okay, and Andy just gave me the nod that he will be in the YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. And I'm not in a trade right now, so I don't have to worry about, because I want to do a little workout. On mute. Yeah, I'm into my Peloton. I almost did buy one about a year ago. Almost.
Testing 1, 2. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me, see my screen. Testing 1, 2. Hey, Jacques. All right. Great, guys. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. So it looks like we made a good transition here. You guys can see my screen. All right. Thank you, Smith. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, guys. Let's take a look at the market trying to dig in off the 200-day in the SPYs. We'll see what happens. It's not crazy amount of strength in that. You know, I don't know what's going to happen today, but it's definitely been a downward trend. And you got your the Qs, you know, below their 200-day moving average now. Barely got positive today and fell back down. So bulls, I mean, yeah, the bulls are definitely not out of the water by any means. IWM, we know what that looks like. Did try to fight back, still positive on the day, but serious break there of major support on the daily there. We'll have to see if what transpires from there, but not looking good for the bulls and the small caps, that's for sure. Let me see if I lost everybody. It's hard to say. Probably lost some people. Did you guys have to log back in? In other words, did you drop and have to come back into the live stream? Well, I'm not sure if anybody's in here. Okay, good, Debbie. Thank you. Appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure because I know Chris. It happens to Chris all the time. It's happened to me a couple of times, but I'm glad you guys didn't lose me. Oh, first time here. All right, Smith. Good, good. Welcome to the this is the support webinar. So I don't know if you're a subscriber and have the product or not, but this is a great place to come and ask questions if you might have. Okay, Apex saying he had to refresh the page. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with our OBS making that transition smoothly. It shouldn't be that big of an issue, but I know Chris and Michael are kind of looking into it. But welcome aboard, everyone, and wow, definitely seeing a lot of selling going on over the last week in everything, really. Nothing has really. Look at my Extreme High-Low Pro. Nothing but yellow. I've never seen that. So we'll see if it was a, if maybe some buyers that came into the market here a while back, if they can continue this maybe potential bounce here in the market. I am not that hopeful just because it's a Friday. Seller's been kind of in control, but we'll see. It's definitely been a resilient market over the years. All right, how you doing, Mike C? Doing good. A lot of times when we do get to major, like the 200-day moving average, I do start looking for some oversold bounces. I always like telling people what I've been doing. Well, first of all, I've been long some SPXX from like 16. I got an average price of like 16.53, so I got a nice short position. Right, obviously this is an inverse. It's a triple, basically shorting the SPY. I've been sitting in this for a while, and what I like to do is stay in that, and then when we get like oversold, I'll try to play some bounces. So today I bought Hood. Now I'm quick to scalp out. So typically what I'll do when I get oversold and I feel a bounce coming in, I'll buy some considerable size. I got this at $12.91, and then I've already scalped out of half of it at 30 when it hit this moving average at 34. So, and then if it breaks down below lows, I got to stop. So it's basically tough to lose if you can time these right. DKNG, I bought some DraftKings. It's getting a little pop actually now. Bought it at 20. I think my average price on this, I bought two chunks, $20.12 maybe. Once again, just extremely oversold. No technical reason. When the market gets really oversold, a lot of times I'll just look for these ones that have been beaten up and try to time an oversold bounce. And if I'm wrong, I get out really quick. And if I'm right, I will sell half. I haven't sold any of this yet, but I'll sell half pretty quick, and then I can give me a little breathing room, for a stop out on this. Bought some DNA at. I like the way this was holding up. It was actually positive the last 2 days as the market was selling off. I bought it at 524 in my account. In my discount, I bought it at 527. Scalped out a half of this at up here around 59 or something like that. Still in the other half. So it's kind of I'm more of a swing trader, but when it gets like this, and I'm not sure if the bounce is coming. I'll quickly scalp out of a lot of it. Been sitting in gold. I bought gold the other day. I really like this setup at 69 of 70 or something like that. But I thought it may have a go pause go today, but not seeing that in gold. No follow through yet. Could be another round of maybe consolidating. Hi, Meta. How are you? All right. How do you make a top list for relative strength compared to the SPYs? Oh, that's a tough one. Because unfortunately we can't compare. I wish we could, especially on our charts. I would love to be able to compare different instruments between each other. I mean, I bought some K-Web the other because it was showing relative strength. Sold half yesterday on the gap, but then I got stopped out of the rest today at around 38 something. But this is definitely, if you compare this to the Qs or any stocks in or instruments in our markets, this is definitely showing relative strength. Even though it's in a nasty downtrend, it's definitely showing some relative strength. And I wish I could help you out in building that. I'm gonna have to think about that one, Matt. If there's a way I can kind of do a workaround and no, I kind of got an idea. The only thing, the spiders, would have to be down. In other words, I don't know how I can do it on like big up days. But let me show you where I'd start. Top list, right? Okay, first thing I would do is an easy way when the market is down. I'm assuming you would probably be more valuable to it when the market is down. So you could come in here and you could do a SPY. S&P, what is it? Change. Let me put change in. Is it S and okay, what I know we have I know what it is. It's SPY. Oh man. Oh, you know what? Let me try something here. Let me just go into a window over here and back test. Gosh, surely we didn't take out that filter. Okay, S&P change. Okay, why didn't that not pull up if that's a filter? I plugged in S&P. Huh. Okay, am I losing my mind? Okay, let me put change today. I know those words. I am losing my mind. You guys tell me what I'm missing here. S&P change today. Let me do a alert window. There it is. Huh? Is it not? Why was that not in the? It's just a filter. So why is that not in the top list? Let's try it again. I have no idea why that's not available. And let me ask the guys. Yeah, that's bizarre. It's just a filter. I'm not sure why it would not be in a top list. Anyway, Meta, yeah, I'm gonna wait for them to get back because I don't know what I could show you kind of how to do it in an A window uh, while I'm waiting. Type in spy. I thought I did, but let me try that again. Spy, I get nothing. Yeah, you know what, Otto? I thought it used to be spy change. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it only works in an alert window. But let me show you. Let me show you, Meta. You can just make it an alert window, and then what you want to do is you can make stocks hitting a 5 minute high, 15 minute high, or whatever you want to use, and then just come in here and do. S&P change today and just add a filter, and what you could do is just put something like max of 0. That would means the spies would have to be down today. So in other words, you're looking at stocks that or you could do whatever you want. You could do 0.5 I'm sorry, negative 0.5. I mean, the only thing about it is, and if you're looking for stocks that are strong, in other words, you can put change from close, uh, 0. So, and that's going to show you all the stocks that are stronger than the S&P. That's really the only workaround. There's not going to be any direct comparison for stocks that are just fractionally above the S&P and all that. You just have to basically build some parameters to assure. And really, if I was going to do it, I would just put a 0, in the max, and that way I would be guaranteed the market is down. Boy, this market definitely having a tough time. Anyway, sorry about that, Meta. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's not offered in a top list. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'll ask them in dev to see what the reason is for that. There you go. Autolycus is saying that you might want to need a custom formula. He's even giving it to you there, so maybe that'll work. All right, take a look. Yeah, I'm not a custom formula guy, unfortunately. Boy, I've tried to work with them. My brain just doesn't think like that. But there's a lot of people here that are. So if you have any questions, yeah, just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll help you with anything that you might need. Almost back to flat on my hood buy. That's why I always scalp out some in a market like this. Quick to take profits. Same thing with DNA. Boy, it just doesn't take long for these things to reverse on you. Sounds like Otto likes to do custom formulas. Yeah, I hear you. I've always been a trader that just kind of flew by the seat of my pants, and I just don't use a whole lot of indicators. Hold on, someone's trying to help. All right, for guys, so some of you guys, and I know there's a lot of them here that have never really experienced a bearish kind of tape that we're seeing here lately. It's a different breed. Things that you accustomed to that worked in the past, all of a sudden they stop working, and it's very easy to be a deer in the headlights. So if you're not comfortable with it, just don't trade. Don't force anything just because you feel like you have to trade. Key level here, definitely in the spies. If they break this 200, really, guys, with the I try to tell people, just look at this spies and where we've come. I mean, so to me, a 35-40% correction would be absolutely just be a little blip on the screen. You're only talking about maybe coming down here to the 400 range, or even if we come down here to the 360 range, we're still above where we were back in 9/14/20. So we've come a long way. So we could we could get into a market that is kind of more of a long, extended bear market versus what we've seen in the past. In the past, they've been quick, a matter of weeks, and they've been bouncing. Well, uh, we haven't really experienced maybe a year-long bear market. That's where it really gets tough, and I feel like it's can be really advantageous to be able to if you can't short, learn to short. It can be good. But if you do only want to play long, boy, you got to be a lot quicker than maybe what you've been in the past, and cut back your size. Let's take a look at that death row inmates that I made the other day and see maybe anything potentially we've kind of oversold. So a lot of this stuff is going to be probably beaten up. There's one. It's a weak chart that is kind of bouncing up, and if it does break this fast line and gets below this area right here, it could be a decent short. All right. Once again, guys, if any of you have any questions, be sure to fire away and ask them. Urban looks much like BBY just did. What happened to my BBY that was in here? It fell down. You're going to find a lot of weak stocks below all their major moving averages in this thing. Let's take a look at the sectors, see what's going on. UNG is having a bounce, but that chart is just a mess. TLT is having a decent day, so rates are probably, take a look at IEF, and it also having a little bounce there. So maybe the thinking is we are experiencing weak overall markets. Maybe the Fed won't be as hawkish as they've been lately. Maybe they'll loosen up a little bit with their talk. They're really in a corner though, man. You got inflation going crazy, and you know what you have to do. And boy, yeah, I think it could be very dangerous either way. If you raise rates or if you decide to loosen again, that could be. Then inflation can really get out of control. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. What happens when you kick the can for 13 years? Really longer than that. Let's see. IYR battling its 200-day. Oil bounced back today. SMHs are barely positive. Yeah, I really thought gold would have a. This was setting up for a potential go Pauls go. Let me. I really like the setup here, and it still may do it at some point. Maybe we get a little consolidation and then it doesn't. But let me put it on the weekly chart here and show you what I'm talking about. Because this could, I think this could be an explosive potential here. If this, well, there it is. It's still in there. That weekly. There's the weekly on this. Look at that. Got right up against it yesterday. Could not go through, but if it does take out this one, let's call it 173 level, yeah, we could really see a move there in gold. Nice, beautiful weekly wedge there. Thought we may get it today. I thought maybe, especially with Bitcoin getting hit like it's hit. Okay, so that tells me right there, Bitcoin's it's just trading like a normal asset. In other words, a lot of people were thinking that maybe Bitcoin would be a hedge for inflation, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all. It seems like to me that's just trading, like pretty much like an equity. So I was thinking maybe we do get a move into gold, and we still could, but wasn't today. FE's another stock I've been in for a while. You're seeing a lot of flight to quality when it comes to these charts, and this one is just it's a slow mover, but still very bullish chart there. Doesn't close below the 10-period moving average. Pays a dividend. You're seeing a lot of money, stocks go into dividend paying stocks, or a lot of people. But still a good chart. SunPower, what was the news on that today, man? That thing's getting destroyed. Preliminary fourth quarter results. Huh. I wonder why that. So I could say warned or something. Got to keep an eye on Apple and Microsoft. The two stocks that make up the majority, not majority, but still makes up probably 11 or 12% of the Nasdaq and a good chunk of the S&P too, I think. So trying to hold up there in Microsoft. But if these two guys release, like with the other tech stocks, yeah, it could get really ugly in pretty much all the indices. Amazon not doing well at all. We know Netflix is not doing well. How about Google? Yep, below its 200-day. Could very well have a what's considered to be a doji day in the market. Just basically sold off here, oversold on the short time frame, and just bouncing off this 200. And spies could just have a pretty much a doji day, spinning top maybe right above the 200 there. See what Monday brings. Q looks pretty much the same intraday candle there, just but below its 200 day. Yeah, and well, that's more Debbie. It would be a nice hammer if it would go and close, near highs. That would be a beautiful hammer. Same thing with the spies. But right now, it would just be like I said, a spinning top where you have a tail into the upside and a tail from the downside, or a potential doji if it closes right where it opened, which I wouldn't be surprised to me at all. So yeah, that can be. Am I eating on my mic? No, I'm sorry. I'm slurping on a Dr. Pepper is probably what you hear. Right, Debbie. It'd be more of a doji. Which can sometimes be a sign of a reversal when you've had a major sell-off. Same thing can go with a spinning top, but oh, there goes my gold. Trying to break that 171. But as we speak, the spies look like they are potentially want to go test that low. We'll see. Look at the last 3 days. It's closed near lows. A little bit of bounce at the close yesterday, but boy, that was in the last closing seconds. But usually, like my Extreme Volume Milo Pro, you would have one or two stocks coming through here. Just not one, nothing today. Nothing but yellow. Zoom. Zoom had a nice bounce. Was a decent day for Holly with those 5-day bounces, but like I said, you had to take them quick because a lot of them rolled back over. Same thing goes with if you're trading to the long side, you better be quick. If you hesitate, you wait for confirmation, things like that. Yeah, you'll be chasing. Unlike a bullish tape where you can chase a little bit and still get some follow through. They're short lived. Yes, yes, Debbie. It did look. It would have been looking like a hammer earlier on in the day, especially when we went to highs. Looked like that would be a nice little big bottoming tail right off the 200-day moving average. It could still end up looking like that. Well, time will tell. But looks like the volume's kind of dying out now. And boy, yeah, I don't know how aggressive people want to be going into the weekend after the action we've seen lately. So, but we'll see. LL, LLNW, nice day. That was earnings, wasn't it? I believe so. Yeah, it's I can see them starting to grab a microphone and try to calm down people's nerves. I think they have to be careful, because uh, you got to stick with where you've been heading, and you can't just flip just because the market's getting. But they will. I've seen them do it before because the stock market's selling off a little bit. Better off if they just stayed out of it. Let a market be a market. So it'll be interesting though if they do, come out and start being more dovish. Maybe we're not gonna taper too soon. Push back we're gonna push back the interest rate. Maybe one at the end of the year. They start talking like that. The initial reaction might be, euphoric, but I don't know. You gotta scratch your head when the market just keeps. But it's been doing that forever. It just keeps reacting to Fed Gov policy. And another thing too, you do have inflation, somewhat getting out of control. So, what do you do? So yeah, it's hard for me to predict how it's going to react, but I have no idea what they're going to say. I think they just got to stick with their guns and keep going down the path they're going with tapering and interest rates. But It's not the popular opinion, but the market's been pumped up enough. I don't think a 20 or 30% correction is gonna kill anybody. Nobody likes it. Yeah, this market is starting to trade like it wants to do a little doji. Okay, let's take a look at if we do break further, which I think is possibly in the cards. What we're looking at here. So I do a lot of times. Let's say the spies do break this daily 200. Okay, trend line has been broken. I could draw it, but you can kind of see it there. Just there's your trend line is broken. Your 200-day. What I'll do now is I'll go to a weekly. I'll go to a weekly chart and then see where the moving averages are lining up. So, okay, so we got a 50 coming up, and with a little bit of definitely have a pivot level here right around this 50 period in the weekly. So that could potentially be a target there at 432. And then below that, man, 400 would be easily attainable. And I think if we do break through this area right here, anywhere from 428 to 430, I think if we break below that, yeah, you could be looking at 400 pretty quick. Nice whole number there. Kind of definitely have a ledge back over here. So, but boy, getting back to my point, guys, look, since the pandemic low, how we've freaking doubled, So, I mean, theoretically, you could come all the way down here. I'm not saying we're going to, but you could come all the way down here to the 350 range and still be well above where the market was pre-pandemic. And you guys could put the pen and paper to it to see what kind of percentage that would be. I mean, yeah, it would be a major correction, but still we'd be above, the pandemic highs, which to me is, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't feel, people are thinking, the buy the dippers are going to come in. They always have, and you're right. We seems like we get a 3 to 5% move down, and the buy the dippers come in, but it could be different this time. And if it is, we could see a major correction. Not trying to scare anybody. I think it's for active traders, it's great. You want volatility. I just hope it's kind of quick, and usually it is on the downside. I just hope we don't get this grind and slow bleed down. That's where it gets a little bit tricky. But in most cases, the downside comes a lot quicker than the creeping up like this. And let's take a look at the Qs. Now they're already breaking through. They're breaking through their 50. Okay, and they also have a pivot level. The same one I just showed you in the spies. They're already there and trying to break through it. So this could easily, come down here to the 340 range in the Qs to your next pivot level. And honestly, I don't think there's too much to keep it from going there. If it does close below this 50 on the weekly, you got to assume, it's your next level of resistance. So you could be staring at another 16 points in the Qs, like potentially in a couple of days. Yes, thank you, Urbane. The volatility is awesome. Yeah, you want If you're an active trader, even if you're, a swing trader, you have to do it with less size, or do what I was showing you what I like to do earlier, man. I will, as soon as I get a move, it may not be much, but I'm quick to take some off, and that way I got smaller share size left, and I've already taken some profits, so now I can give myself a little leeway. I mean, I wanted more. I was hoping to get more out of that move, but I gotta take what I want, what I got, what it gives me. There you go, everybody. Well, not only that, a nice, if you know what you're doing, and able to read charts and manage your risk well, this could be great for investing in swing trading as well. I mean, I know a lot of people, haven't been sitting in Apple, for the last 5 years. Well, now you maybe get a big sell-off in Apple, and you can, nibble in at certain levels, maybe a position you want to take for long term. So, yeah, it can be beneficial to all time frames when it comes to major sell-offs. And the edge you have, since most of you in here are probably at least active enough to watch your positions, think about all the people that are just sitting in their 401k and they're used to these bounces, every 5% down, and they've been used to it for 13 or 14 years. And what happens, to those people, a majority of them, they just end up being deer in the headlights and say, well, bounce is coming, bounce is coming. Next thing you know, we have a 30% correction, and they have not pulled anything out of the market. Whereas if you're actively trading your account, you can be, when things break down, you guys probably know technical analysis very well. Hey, maybe positions you've been holding for a while, you're able to get out. Look for a better entry. Because I know a lot of them say, well, don't try to time the market, but let me tell you something. When you do get a major correction, they hurt. If you're fully invested, they hurt bad. Another thing too, even if you're an active trader, like they say, is an old saying, some of your best runs are in bear market. Bull runs are in bear market. And it logically makes sense, because what you have when you do have some of these major bounces, you not only do you have people rushing to cover their shorts that may have some nice profits, but you also have new buying interest coming in, thinking it's a bottom. So you get that double whammy from shorts covering and buying interest. So you can get some really nice, bull runs in bear markets. It's kind of what I was hoping for, today. I mean, hoping for a little bit more when I bought those positions. All right, got about 5 more minutes. Let's take a look at IWM on the weekly. And there you have it. That is a major breakdown, of the IWM. It was funny looking at some of the world markets. Their small caps broke down about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it was just a matter of time, and then this IWM, the small caps over here, they finally broke down. Boy, not a whole lot on the weekly to, no real support here. I mean, until you get down to, you know, the 175. That's an area. I'll mark this up just in case. A lot of times this is what I'll do. I'll just throw a price alert in here and I'll forget it. And then you have the 200 there. It's going to be probably real close to it. Let me raise it up just a little bit. Give me a head start. So maybe an area, you know, for IWM if it comes down to that little ledge and the 200-day moving average. Here's the thing about, guys, just kind of keep in the back of your mind, because I saw some data on this and it's pretty impressive. Obviously, the IWM has been lagging the major indices, the SPYs and the Qs. But what happens typically in a major sell-off, okay, when that bottom is found, the best bet, okay, where you're going to get more bang for your buck is if you dive into small caps, okay, because they didn't get the run-up that a lot of the stocks in the SPYs and Qs got, all right, and then they're going to get hit more, and so it's been proven. I've seen the data in market bottoms. A lot of people want to jump in, you know, some of the safe plays, Apples and Googles and Facebook, and that can be great too for the long term. But as far as bang for your buck on a bottom like that, the small caps is where you can get that, you know, those, you know, 75, 100% moves really easy. So just keep that in the back of your mind if we do continue to sell off and there comes a point where it looks like the bottom may be reached. Maybe look to, you know, start nibbling on. And you don't have to buy a lot either because, like I said, if you're going to get a huge move in those. So that's the beauty of it. You don't have to buy a lot. And a lot of them, you know, will start to base out and things like that. So. Okay, I'm sorry, Urbane. 44 in chat. Awesome. That's my sign. Okay, let's see, take some TOST off. Let me get back on the daily here. Toast, huh? Don't know that I'm familiar with this one. Well, definitely had a nice little bounce there. Now there's your hammer. Yeah. So it looks like there's a square buyout rumor. Interesting. Yeah, could be a nice little bottoming hammer there. These, Debbie, I was just looking at stocks that in the back of my head that I knew had been just really, really beaten up, and I do have an alert. This is one. Let's see here. I think I have that up, don't I? Hold on. Oh, there it is. So, and there's your toast. This is the alert that I call Armageddon, okay? And the stock, you can see the change in 20 days. These are going to be all just, you know, destroyed. And that's the reason I bought DNA. I looked in here at DNA, and, you know, it had held up yesterday, okay? Relative strength. Remember how the market got hit yesterday? Well, this one was actually up on the day, even though it didn't do much. And then today, when the market was gapping down and went to lows, this one was still positive on the day. Now, like I said, I take a pretty decent chunk, anticipating a move. I get my move, and then I think this one I took probably about 75% of my trade off because I had a pretty decent size, expecting a move. And that's what I'll do a lot of times. Well, what that does is give me staying power, okay? So I really don't have to get out, you know, until if this breaks lows and I get out of my last 25%, I'm still going to make money on the trade, okay? I like to stay in 25% just in case this is a bottom, okay? I will definitely stop out if it breaks below this 5, but, you know, that's the way I like to play it. I mean, you can just go in with small size and let it just move around. But I like to anticipate like the market. I saw the kind of buyers came in there, and so I had some of these on my blotter. So I quickly ran over and bought this at 524. I thought about blue. This is one I'm still. It was up on the day, but it never could get going. And now that's just an ugly chart. So if I do this, I'm probably just scalp it. But and then my other ones, Hood. We all know everybody laughs at Robin Hood, and it's just been getting destroyed. So really, when I'm looking, I know if a stock's been getting destroyed this much, and there's a bounce coming in, it's going to get a little bounce. I pulled it up and happened to notice this, and I said, well, that seems kind of exaggerated move, so I just took a chance, went in, bought a chunk, and like I said, I sold, I think I sold probably about 2/3 of this one. Now I'm in 1/3, so I can still, let it go to lows and still, like I said, make a profit on it. But that's the way I like to play it because, hey, I'm not sure it's gonna be a major bounce, and from what I've seen so far, it hasn't been. But I'll just I'll keep things on the back of my mind, the things. Another one was open. I bought it, I was at 58 or something like that. And once it got up here, I think I sold at 90. I think I sold 2/3 of this too. So a lot of times I'll sell half, sometimes I'll sell 2/3. If I just don't like the market, I'll sell a bigger chunk. Yeah, I can share that. Let me, let's see, change from close. Yeah, let me save this. I did change this will let you know which ones are actually highest on the day. So let me save this. There you go. And this is not something that, the only time I'll ever pull this up is if we've had a major sell-off and we're kind of oversold. I'll pull this up to look, for bounces. And look, you could have found that toast in there probably earlier, a lot earlier. All right, look, ooh, my time's up. I gotta get Barry in here. All right, guys. You guys have a great weekend. Keep it tight out there. Yeah, that you're right about that blue. It did have a run last summer. Okay, Barry, a few extra minutes anyway. Yeah, this while I'm waiting for Barry, I may get cut off once he starts, but yeah, this compares it more to maybe starting to feel more like a sustained sell-off, like it's may last a little bit. I just feel like the conditions are different, especially if we're looking at tightening. That's a whole different animal. One thing markets don't typically like is rising interest rates, but we'll see. If the economy is real strong, it can fight it off. I just don't know how strong it is. Okay, Jacques. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend. Looks like Barry's starting here, so I'll see you guys later. You're welcome.
All right, Sono. Let's take a look again at Sono, what it's doing. Okay, so that little green bar is now turned into a red bar. So that was not, what time is it now? Another 10 minutes for this to close. So this ITCI, I mean, look left here, and what do we see? 43.49, so it's above that high. The next high is 46. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, this has been a strong stock today. I'm just trying to see if I mean, I see Needham gains amid insider selling as Needham points to drug uptake. Okay, so I mean, there is some little news on it that's causing this not to drop with the market. Check out the SPY. I want to check out the SPY volume here, just in general, and what happened yesterday. Okay, so our volume is going to be more than yesterday. But for the month, the volume is way down. Excuse me. You can just see here. I mean, what are we, the 21st? So we're 2/3 into the month. And there's last month's volume. And can't even see. Is that right? I'm going to bring up a big chart here. I get a big monthly chart. I want to check that out. Oh, okay, see, yeah, it was just sort of buried down here. Okay. So that was last month's buy. So yeah, okay, the volume will be definitely decent this month. Not like this month. When it all started. Man, almost 2 years ago. Shady, don't hold back on your thoughts. I'm not dumping on you. I just found that funny. All right, William, a gentle move down for you. Let's take a look at that 15-minute chart. We see 37.71 might get it really rocking down for you. See if it had any news. I don't think it had any specific news for it. Yeah, I think I only had one today, perfect. I think I only had one that I had to delete. The umpteenth gazillion time. That is a big number, William. A very big number. 57 zeros, according to my calculation. Big? Are you kidding me? Okay. What's Be Big doing? It is a bye-bye now? Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, maybe if it takes out 360, maybe, but I think you've got probably 380 stumbling it, but you never know. Oh, no, shady. I was just kidding you. It just, when you see that in print, your linear regression is just noise to me and would have zero impact on. I mean, if you read it that way, No, I was just kind of teasing you. That's all. And for those of you in YouTube, I mean, there was another trading room. I'm responding to somebody in the other trading room, wondering, well, who are you talking to? I always like to put the other trading room. I call it the main trading room. Way more interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for a little more action, you can come into what I call the main trading room. No, this one showing up again. Ding dong, not shortable for me. It showed up a few days ago also. DDL, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another disastrous IPO. Wonder how many IPOs will be that were scheduled for next week will be yanked. All the ones that I had on my IPO list for this week never opened. All right, you know what? You don't even need to spy. Just look at AMD. I don't know. I had that thumbnail for some reason, but AMD just tracking the SPY, guys. So now we're going to see. Now the problem is, how big a bounce is this going to be? Check out that first 15-minute candle. If you get another one, another green one, then maybe you have a little security that a bounce will continue for a while. All right, your HTHT inching down for you, William. I know you know that. What is it now? $7.47. I guess this was Hindenburg, right? You know, oh my goodness, I was actually gonna just type in task because it was such a great short yesterday on the Spruce News. Yeah, but it's choppy. I mean, you know, you tell me. I mean, it's very choppy. I just find it way too choppy to trade. But you know, don't let me stop you. Tell you guys, Peloton, it's got some staying power here. Yeah, but you know, I mean, Task actually rebounded pretty well after the initial slamming. You know, I mean, this is 12:15. Remember, this is doing this when the market was tanking, absolutely tanking. All right, you're making me look at Dave. Dave's not here. Yeah, Wow was right. I mean, lots of volume coming in. This is a classic alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. No shorts available interactor brokers either. Well, now it is. Yeah, I mean, you'd be absolutely chasing it, almost at a lifetime high. This was a spin-off from something. I can't remember what it spun off from. It started trading as Dave here. Thank you, Real. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody get it? Got it? I got a million of them. I'm not going to bite, Lando, but who's there? We got knock knock jokes going on in our YouTube room now. Okay, that was short lived, guys. That was very, very short lived. Oh, I see what you're doing. Yes, yes, of course. The Cheech and Chong. Short lived, guys. Short lived. So you got to be careful. If you thought, you know, take something that was going to look at Twitter now. Twitter's showing up on the breaking down in volume. There you go, William. HTHT, nicely done. And you know, it took out that the lows right there, 37.73. But you're probably gone with your little couple of acorns. The next low looking left is 37.43. Twitter, guys, Twitter's getting hit here now too. Oh, this is ugly. That's really ugly. You know why it's ugly? Because it probably gave people thinking, okay, we're going to do this again. You know, on that green candle right there. We might do this again. And then it just gets slapped right in the face. Look at this. Wow, that is a big red bar forming. What time is it? 21. So still has about 9 minutes to close. If this keeps getting bigger and bigger, look out below. Now I'm going to stick an alert down here, the lows of those candles, see if it takes that out. No bueno if you're trying to go long right now, guys. You may get the odd one, but boy, you are definitely going against the trend. No, Mark, that's okay. No, the key ones for me, minus 25 and plus 25. Those are the key ones for me, okay? Minus 25 means they release earnings after hours yesterday. So for me, an earnings play is anything that released earnings after hours. So let's take a look at LLNW. I know they released earnings after hours. Okay, so you see that mauve area right there, and you see the jump, okay? And January 20th post-market, so January 20th. So minus 0.25 refers to that. And then had they released during in the pre-market, 0.25, okay? Those are the two I would just keep track of. Everything else is kind of noise. Okay? So for me, an earnings play, anything that released after hours yesterday, and of course this morning. Now, if you're wondering about something that is releasing after hours today, that is 0.75. Very, very few companies release Friday after the hour, after the market closes on a Friday, but that would be 0.75. And why do we have a jump between 0.25 pre-market and 0.75 after market? And why not 0.5? 0.5, very, very rare will a company release during market hours, okay? So without confusing you too much, I would just concentrate on minus 0.25, that's after hours the day before, and 0.25, that's this morning before the market opens, okay? The old PPT, yes, the plunge protection team. Well, let's take a look at the sectors now. Remember, the last time we looked, the market was doing this, okay? And, you know, there were glimmers of hope in various sectors, but my guess, everything's going to be virtually really close to zero, except for the dividends. Even real estate's not doing bad, but, you know, well, I call them dividends, utility stocks. But look at this, you know, energy in the tank. Actually, consumer staples, not bad, 60-40. So this is what I'm talking about, Elijah. So here are my earnings plays, okay, up and down. So if I click on configure, and I click on the summary, I click on earnings. So this is how, so I put minimum of minus 0.25 and maximum of 0.25. What that does, it only shows me stocks that have released earnings after hours yesterday and released this morning before the market opened. That's what this means. That's all I personally care about. Okay? But you can also see in English language right here, earnings date, January 20th post-market. If you can see my single stock window. Oh guys, there it goes. There's the SPY right at that ominous level. Taking out this area right down here. Wow, that's the biggest. If this holds, what time is it? So it's 4 minutes to close. If this holds, this will be the biggest red candle of the day, which is really ominous, yes. I'm sure people's, what do you call it? You call it in the States? The IRAs. I'm sure they're not looking very good. Especially if you're loaded in tech stocks and colors are no different colors. Elijah is all user defined. Okay, I mean my color. If you're talking about right here as an example, yellow. I'm just using yellow. I mean I've just picked yellow as things that are moving down. Green is things that are moving up. It's user defined. My green is moving up for me. This sort of rosy is moving down. It's user defined. If you right click on an alert window and click on properties and then colors, okay? So for me, I've just chosen blue or green as being, it's just user defined. Your ones that are up for the day, and it's just a palette. You can pick whatever color you want. And then my bearish, my ones that are moving down, again, it's just a palette. Pick and choose whatever one you want. So there's no, that's all it means to me. So I know when I see yellow and I see kind of reddish, I don't like red because I find it hard to see. But so if I see green and blue, for me, that's up. Yellow and pink or a shade of red, down. That's for me. Well, the interesting thing is we're having our test drive in, well, about less than a month from now. It starts on February 14th. I'm going to put that link in. Yeah, I mean, I hope the market is turned around by then a little bit, or at least stabilized, rather than in a continuing 3, 4, 5 months straight down. So let me just put the test drive link in. If I can find it, here we go. Those of you interested, markets are normal hours today, yes. When you talk about, yeah, I mean, 9:30 to 4, yeah. Okay, so the test drive, you click on that test drive link, this is what you're going to see, okay? So you can, if you give us your name and email, what'll happen is, just like it says, you'll get notified about the test drive. Test drive is going to start on February 14th. A little bit of a change. We're going to go to February 28th. Now, why is that a bit of a change? That's actually going from Monday to 2 weeks. The reason is we forgot there was a market holiday, your President's Day. Now, so normally what we say is 10 trading days. And so if we had not extended it to the Monday the 28th, it would have only been 9 trading days. Anyway, the bottom line is, if you want to try us out, it'll cost you $11.11 for the 10 trading days. It'll start on February the 14th. You give us your email, we'll fire you an email, give you the instructions about how to get involved in it. And it'll give you access to our full premium service, everything that a premium subscriber can do, except you will not be able to auto trade anything, which, quite frankly, I don't think is a big deal. Yeah, well, those of us have been trading for a while. We remember those days, 2007, 8, and even 9. There was probably about a year and a half stretch where I didn't go long once. And then from then, though, we've had this amazing run. Those were actually the days I was trading fast and FAs a lot. Only ETFs I really got into. Yeah, the Dow. Yeah, the Dow. Well, of course, I lived through the tech sell-off in '99 too. Back in '99. But seriously, I mean, when the Qs hit 5,000, Nasdaq hit 5,000, and then it dropped like oh man. Once it started, it was like it was horrible. Yeah, those were the days. Sort of the beginning, really the true beginning of the internet and all, and companies, rocketing higher just because they said they were going to have a website. We're going to have a website. Yeah, pets.com, shop.com, Perfumania was what I remember from those days. I know, sorry guys, we're getting a little off topic here, but well, at least Pet Rocks wasn't that was just a fad. Yeah, so Elijah, you're talking just in general, how to set up a top list and an alert window, just in general? Yeah, because if you go to my homepage, okay, if you go to my homepage, click on the link, and you'll be taken to here. You'll be taken to this section right here, or this is my homepage. Click on the education section. Okay, click here, education, and then click on the TR user guide. And then right here, alert windows, top list windows. Okay, and that'll go over it all. Okay? And that should help you a lot. That's just the basics, how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window. Top list window. I mean, I could show you on the screen, but I mean, it'll mean nothing. Much better, I think, you'll have a guide to refer to. Well, Hertz had the pop, but now look at it. HTZ. Look at it had the pop, but now look at it. Wow, look at this. Hertz, man. So this was oh, of course. I forgot. This is they regained their listing. Forgot about that. So when you say you wanted to add an alert to crossing the VWAP but it didn't work, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean, first of all, you're using a multi-strategy tab, so that means in theory, there will be more. You want to have a lot of alert windows in that multi-strategy tab. Are you new to trade ideas? Because if, you shouldn't probably. I would not use a multi-strategy window yet. I would just have a couple of alert windows, perhaps. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, well, they went to the pinks as HTZZ, but as ZZ, and then they regained the NASDAQ listing right here, that day right here. Well, that month. All right, so I would, why, okay, don't use a multi-strategy window, okay? Create an alert window, go to the guide, create an alert window. And when you say doesn't work, I mean, we do have a VWAP cross. So we do have an alert called crossed above VWAP, crossed below VWAP. So if you create an alert window, I would go to the guide, find out how to create an alert window, because you just don't want to have without anything in it. So what I'm talking about when I say create, you probably want to have a price range maybe that you like to trade. You should have maybe a minimum volume. You don't want to trade something that's traded 2 shares today, right? Maybe a couple other filters. You want to maybe have a relative volume filter in. Make sure it's, there's some activity. That's what I'm saying, you want to always start off with some filters. And then here's your trigger, crossed above or crossed below VWAP as an alert. So when you say it didn't work, I don't know what you mean by that. So watch me do it, okay? I'm just going to create a very simple alert window. I'm going to click on New, Alert Window. I'm going to click on Start from Scratch, load the settings. So now there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. So now I start adding some, so maybe I want a price range between 1 and 30. Okay, I'm just making this up. A minimum volume today of 400,000. A relative volume, the relative volume filter, I have that filter in probably most of my scans, just to make sure that it's trading a little abnormally. But I'll put 2. Okay, so it's trading at least double what it normally would trade up to this point of the day. So I'll just leave it in like this. Okay, and then I select the alert, and I can do a search. I'm going to type in VWAP, crossed above VWAP, add the alert, check it, and in the summary now I can actually now give it a name. And I have no idea if we'll get anything, but oops, probably below the VWAP. I could also do, I could also have both alerts in. So I could, if I do a search again on the VWAP, I could also have both of them in. So I'll get a real-time I'll get a signal if it crosses above, and I'll get a signal if it crosses below. Okay. And I can put a description in so I'll know, well, it's right here. I add some columns. So I've got price here. And add the volume. And let's see what happens. Okay, so here's SPAB. So there's the VWAP at 29.13. You see it's at 29.14. Yeah, but I would like if you're brand new, don't use a multi-strategy window yet. Use alert windows, okay? And later on, the only reason for a multi-strategy window typically is if you don't have very much screen space. Okay. Now, you can. I mean, I'll bring one up, and I don't even know if that'll work. But let me just see. Yeah. So that's the issue. You see, when you have a multi-strategy window, all you're able to add are filters. You can't add an alert because a multi-strategy window. Think about it. You could be looking for new highs. You could be, depending on the individual alert windows, you could be looking for a new high or a new low or a new 5-minute high or all sorts of different ones. So in this particular case, all you can do in a multi-strategy window, sort of en masse, is you can change a price range you want to look at in all your multi-strategy windows, maybe a minimum volume, but there's no way to add an alert, if that makes sense. That covers every single alert window in the multi-strategy window. But at any rate, what I would do is I would just concentrate on one alert window, like I did. I can give this to you, I'll give it to you, and you can play around with it because you might want to, change the. You can make adjustments to the price range or the volume. You can play around with it, but that's the idea, okay? Now, the only issue is, and that it's a complaint by many, and I understand, it has to be, the crossing has to be confirmed by volume. And the reason they did that, and again, I know it's a complaint by many, is that, sometimes, stocks can whip up and down, up and down, up and down. So what they were trying to do is say, okay, but can we confirm it by volume? Not just the actual cross, but did it happen on volume? Which in theory maybe is a little more powerful than just seeing something crossing, and then moving right back down again and up again and down again. Maybe if it crosses by volume, it means maybe there's more of a sustained move. Okay? It will not die. It will not die, GME. That's a big move out of consolidation for GME, guys. I mean, there's a $14 move, $12, $13 move from the low. Yeah, Y2K. Exactly. All right, guys. No new alerts for the last little while, which means nothing in my scans are making new highs or new lows. Well, and that GME move and also the AMC move is not really a market move. I mean, it's not following the market. You guys, wow, you're trading Shopify? Wow, 1700. So it's cut in half from a couple of months ago. I remember one of those short sellers back here. You can't even see it. It's so exponential. I can't remember. It's probably in the $50, $60 range, maybe. I don't know if it's Citron. I don't know who it was. Said this is a piece of garbage. It's going to zero. Maybe not quite that. And from there, it just exploded. And this is pre-pandemic. Nothing to do with the pandemic. Was it Citron? Yeah, they were all over that one. I remember. Massively wrong about Shop. AXSM. Okay, what are you doing? So next low looking left on the monthly is 1938. Wow, is that right? Yeah, 1938. So, and on the weekly, 2268 on the weekly chart. So this still has a little bit of a run left in it if it wants to keep moving down, especially if the market keeps moving down. So I mean, this is really a challenge now. It was 60, right? That's what I thought. I thought it was around that 50, 60 mark. And his W, yeah, Wayfair was the other one. Wayfair got you got nailed on that one also. We're talking about Citron, guys. Back in the day, making the pronouncements about well, definitely W and Shop, and he was really, really, really wrong. Huh. On Shop, wow. Well, he probably went long, and he covered his 200,000 that he probably didn't donate by selling at 1,700. All right, guys. What time is it now? Almost 2. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. You know what, guys? I'm not expecting a big move from this, but take a look at the CNR. This is the one from the AI. Just kind of basing here a little bit. You know, it may not be over. If it can take out this 1464 mark, it might have a little run in it. I don't expect much though. I mean, it hit 1492, almost 15. But if you're looking for something that might have a little bit of a pop in it, as long as it does it on volume, hey, it may start to move again. CNR from the AI. All right, well, I've got an alert set up here again. Let's see if it can take out these highs right there. Right there. Like a big spy chart. So right there, you can just sort of see 1, 2, 3. Not quite this one here. But if it can take this out right here, we might get another little rally going. But I mean, I'm skeptical. But that's why you put an alert and see what happens. Oof. Meanwhile, this back, maybe not a SPAC, I don't know what it is now. Sports Entertainment sued by the New York Giants and New York Jets sued by a fan over the use of New York and teams' names. Ugly. Whoa. S-E-A-H. S-E-A-H. How ugly is this one? I guess that news made a hit yesterday, but look at this. All right, guys. Man, I can't remember a day in which I did not have anything on my watch list up. Nothing, not one. So look at Peloton though, guys. Peloton, from where I exited in the simulator, it's up 37 cents. I mean, we can dump all over Peloton, but I mean, as a stock today, it has been pretty darn good if you wanted to go long. Hmm. This was a nice short for me early. I got out and it really, I mean, it's a pretty good recovery. I mean, it is basing here as the market's doing this. You would have thought, it would continue down from that little pop up, but no. ONN. And even, yeah, I was just looking at the MTTR. I think it's done kind of the same thing. Got in that one fairly early, covered. Well, it did have a little downturn though. Yeah, no more buyers. Yeah, nobody's willing to really step in and be decisive. Well, it's hard to believe we'll go back to those days, but I mean, this is bringing up some pretty interesting memories for me. But look at the SPY now, okay? I mean, let's put it in a little perspective. I mean, 424, that'd probably be a pretty big level, but so it's been a bad month, yes. High of the day work, yes, they do, but was that today? It might have been. Yeah, so it's possible though. See, there's our data right there when we started. So it's possible. What sort of volume did you have? Because that's where it started, and but it came right back down immediately, like immediately. So it's possible. Let me see if I have a see if I still have mine open. shut it down, unfortunately. Okay, so it showed up for mine. Okay, right at 646, 985. No, but that's when I loaded it. Okay, I got up a little later today. So it definitely showed up for me. I just did a history this morning. I'm sure it would have been earlier had I started this earlier. Well, actually, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. This is the first order I would have had right at 6:45. Yeah, exactly. So it would have, because that's when we start getting our data actually in top list. So I would have seen it at 6:46, and that is Eastern time. So I don't know why yours didn't. Guys, Peloton is a star. Peloton's a little star here. You know, 66 cents up from where I got out in the simulator, and it's putting on a nice little move. It's putting on a nice little move. Yeah, Peloton. Look at this, guys. Peloton is, yeah. If you have the relative volume, but I thought you probably would know that because if you're getting other alerts in your, but yeah, if you're using the relative volume filter, then nothing works in the pre-market. Yeah, run is fading, whereas Peloton on the way up. That's a great break here. I think it'd be hilarious if it got back to where it all started yesterday. Because it's not, the market is not helping it. There's not like a big pop in the market. This is truly trading on its own. Ooh, not for your puts. Well, Trade Ideas works with Windows 11. I can attest to that. I've been on Windows 11 for, I don't know, a couple of months now. No issues whatsoever. All right, guys, why not? Took a little hurt short. Let's see if this very, very tight stop. See if it maintains under 19. See if it keeps moving down. We just took out the lows of the last couple of months, 1961 and 1973. So Do I see any difference? No, not really. I mean, the only difference is where these taskbar items are in the middle of the monitor. I don't see any difference whatsoever. I mean, there's some little differences here, I suppose, and the way you shut down and all. But other than that, I don't see really any differences. So when you say no historical data, why don't you give me your alert window? Put the link in. I'll take a look at it because I mean, obviously, I just showed you that with mine, you definitely would have had some alerts. So and you're sure you don't have the relative volume as a filter, but just give it to me, Terry. Okay, just put it in as a link and I'll take a look at it. Something's blocking it because I just demonstrated that certainly you would have seen it at 646 in mine. Terry, can you hear me? Okay. Another one moving down now is Ally, Ally, among many, many, many stocks. Ah, really, JMAC. Okay. I did not know that. Wow, guys, GME. I mean, everybody thinks it's going to keep going down, but GME, actually looks like a red bar ignored. There's a red bar ignored right there. Let's take a look at the high is 106.28 and the high right there was 106.32. So this is really, truly a red bar ignored for GME. You have the green bar. There's that red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green above the highs. Can signify, a buy. Not all the time, of course, but that's yeah. Well, you know what a red bar ignored is. I'm not saying as we all know, it doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to continue, but it can be a sign. All right, come on, Hertz. Little bit of action for Hertz on the way down. HTZ. PWP, I see that one now. PWP. Yeah, may have been quick. I don't know. Might have been a little too quick. I don't know. Well, you had a chance here at 10:25, the second candle. Yeah. Earnings. Should have looked. Yeah, there it is. January 21st pre-market. So yeah, so it had earnings. So it may have gone down regardless. AMC and GME looking almost identical in terms of that red bar ignored pattern. Here, look at that, almost, but the only difference is that 15-minute candle for AMC, it did poke a little bit above the high of that candle, so it was not completely engulfed like the GME, but I mean, look, it's moving. Did I say something else? AMC and GME. Oh, I see. You're referring to Williams Post above. Boy, this SEAH is just getting thumped here. I wanted a little more out of the Hertz. I'm going to give it a little more time. I'm in at 1897, so I won't let it get well, I'll get out there if it does get back up there. Looking for a little bit more, hoping it might get down into the 1860s, but it may not happen. All right, I'm out of it. Okay, Terry, so I guess you haven't been able to find it, or anyway, I'll move on. If you give me the link, great. If you don't, that's great too. Hurts. Maybe I do it again. Let's see. All right. Always enjoy, and it's just a one alert window. Okay. Of course, you've got the history on right now, so let's. New highs, okay. Let me just check to see what filters. You've got any filter at all in here that might be blocking it. So you're getting nothing, right? It's because the stock has, I can just look at it. You should be using the gap filter. This refers to the open. And in theory, it hasn't opened yet. Okay, the open refers to 9:30, at least as far as I know. So if you're not getting any alerts at all, that will be the reason. But you are. So let me. Oh no, you see, no, you are getting some alerts. Well, here you've got BSF. You've got BSF. You have BSFC. I would use anyway. I'm surprised that open works. Okay, having that filter in there. But I see BSF. I see BSFC right here. Well, but we don't get data until 6:45. That's. I mean, that's nothing we can do about that. So I mean, there it is at 8:87. But we don't get data until 6:45. Now we're hoping to advance that to get it closer to 4 o'clock. But right now, that's we're stuck with that. Okay. I am surprised that filter worked though. Changed from the open. Shouldn't have worked because or the gap from the open because in theory the open is the open at 9:30. But if it's working, great. I mean, oh, I see. Well, didn't you? I thought you had 10%. Yeah, you've got at least 10. You have a value or 10%. I'm very surprised that works. But it works. Okay, leave it. Change from the close would do the same thing. All right. While I was talking, okay, the Hertz short is now working again. I got back in 1891. I was wondering if I should take it. All right. So I got jogged out. I got in 1897. Took myself out right around there. I was watching it. Got back down to 1891. You heard me musing. But the bottom line, anyway, is that we don't. There's no data. I'm actually surprised the alert window started triggering at 6:45. I know our top lists aren't working at 6:45, but I didn't think our alert windows started at 6:45. I don't think any charting starts until 7. All right, Craig and anybody else playing the Peloton short, I guess you're happier now. 28.72, dropped $1. And I know some of you are still following IMTE. It has not taken out that 12 yet, but it's putting a little bit of a pop here. It really hasn't succumbed too much to the market downturn. What was your earliest alert? You talking? Oh, 6:38. I see. 6:38. Well, I know we've been saying it for a long time now, but they claim, they being the developers, they ran into a bit of a snag. We thought actually that we'd have their data starting at 4 um, several weeks ago. They did run into a snag, but you know I talk to these guys all the time, and they claim they're getting closer and closer and closer. So it's not like they're not. It's not that they're not working on it. That won't help me. I am not getting up at 1 o'clock Pacific time, but it's for those of you who really want to start trading earlier, or also, or people in time zones like in Europe. I think that'll help anybody living in Europe. That'll help them a lot more. Yeah, I haven't traded anything in the pre-market for a while myself, because I can't remember. Whew, all right, guys. Well, about half an hour to go before I get myself on mute, and the room will be open till 3:30. And then if you haven't had enough of talking about trade ideas and or trading, you can head over to our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there. Yeah, I mean, this is another one. I know Zach mentioned it before. Run, next low looking left on the monthlies are on 18 something. On the weekly, probably about the same. I mean, these just devastation in the market for a lot of stocks. Isn't that an Iron Maiden song? Run for the Hills or something like that? Well, my wows are going wow, 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 wow. Right hurts. So you see what I did on that one? I mean, got in the second time. I mean, the first time I was just underneath 18. Sorry, 19, 1897. People have heard me say this sort of phrase. I didn't like the way it was trading. It was right around here. It took a little pop. I said, I don't like the way this is trading. So I got out, but got back in 1891, and here we are. Well, yeah, head for the hills, guys. This is devastation now. Man, this reminds me of 2008. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but when everything went down day after day after day, month after month after month. Dak, I asked Tyler about buying car back then, and he said no. I'll never forget that. That's when I couldn't think for myself. Oh man, what a remember this seems like months ago now when we had this hour and 15-minute move up, stopped at 11:15, and now look at this. Wow. And yet IMTI will not give it up, and even volume coming in. These people who are look at the volume coming in. And you talk about a strong stock. This is a strong, strong stock. I'm not saying it's going to, go higher here. I have no idea, but I mean, just look what the market's done, and yet this thing doesn't care. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit here. I got a couple things I want to do as I'm watching this market just completely tank now. All right, so perfect. Well, we do have a symbol list, but it may not be. No, I'm back. You can try this one. So if you right click on an alert window, and then click on symbol lists. Click on the add existing list. Okay. And if you scroll down, sectors. Click on sectors. Okay. And then do we have a bio, something that looks like bio? Can't believe if we don't. So we have healthcare and social assistance. I mean, it all depends. I don't even know how much this is updated anymore. But healthcare, yeah, you probably have to create your own. Now, the other thing you could do, we used to have a biotech channel. I don't think it's here anymore. But you can ask, here it is, biotechs, okay, as an example. But it may not have the whole list that you want. Is that part of, I don't think it's in the doc channel bar anymore. Yeah, so if you want, you can take a look at that biotech channel and say what you think. That certainly is a symbol list of biotechs, but it may not be, I don't know how often it gets updated. I can't load it because it'll, my layout will go, okay? So I can't load it. Hallelujah, look at, wow, Hertz is turning into a great little trade for me, guys. I only traded a few things today. It just wasn't often used. I mean, that's why. I mean, we're going to be even taking off more channels. Only the ones that are being used. It's just too much. Well, it depends on what side of the market you want to be on. If you only, Ray, if you only want to go long, yes, only long. But if you're prepared to go short, it's been awesome. Look at even this one. I mean, this is the mining ETF. Wow. Yeah, can't help that. Yeah, Thomas. I mean, there's nothing. You're right. You're right. I mean, certain brokerages won't let you short. Nothing we can do about that. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that there has been, looking at the daily chart, yeah. You know, before that happened, yeah, from a 13, I don't trade, I'm never going to trade Shopify, but 1385 down to 12 on one day. Am I live with scans every day, Monday to Friday, Serial? I open the room. I open at 8. Now you probably wouldn't see anything in the main trading room. I open at 8, so there's a lot of activity. Well, actually, that's not true. I open both rooms at 8 o'clock. I get live on the mic at 9, and I go from 9 to 3 live on the mic. I keep the rooms open till 3:30, and then 3:30 I do shut down the rooms. Chris then takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So in essence, you know, from 8 to 4:30, you can see us doing our stuff. Wow. Okay. What are we doing now? No. I'm just. What are we down now? 2:30. Remember now, guys, we were positive right here. Looked pretty darn good. If you wanted to go long and play bounces and all that for an hour and 15 minutes from 10:15 to 11:15 inclusive. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 5 candles. You know, an hour and 15 minutes. It was basically straight up. Looked pretty good. Lots of recoveries. Lots of great bounce plays. And then all of a sudden, no more. All right, well, Hertz turned into a, you know, not a bad little play. It's taken its little bounce again. Who knows? Maybe I get into it. I mean, I got to look at that daily chart. Look at all the room underneath. I mean, I know it's kind of a weird one because it started trading as Hertz again with this symbol after being on the pinks for all this time. I do get that, but we shall see. Well, guys, get ready. IMTE. Amazing. They definitely have some strong hands in this one. I mean, you know, look, I mean, they've tried to sell off. You know, all these days, all these bottoming tails. Got it down to 787. Close. Wow, I mean, you know, they got on this day, this is only 3 days ago. So they got it down to 787, closed it up here, 1051. Got it down to 906, closed at 1134. Even yesterday in devastation, 1015, closed at 1185. And as we speak, there it goes. As we speak, look at this price alert I put on. So this has been incredibly strong. I mean, remember, this started as a $4 stock, $4.50 stock. What, about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Man, now look at it. After hours high, actually got up to 1244. What do they do? I mean, I can read what they do, but headquartered in Australia. Imagine that. Do I give? No. I talk about what I'm looking at, but I'll never say, okay, guys, you should buy this or you should buy that, sell this, sell that. No. I'm not a financial advisor. On the Hertz, if you're listening to me, I was saying when I got the alert, that came from Zach Scan. When it got under 19, what was it, 19? And I thought, okay. And then I looked left. I saw this room. I said, okay. I took the short. It was around 1897. I said I got out. And then when it was 1891, I think I was explaining something else again. I said, this is interesting. I think I might have to get back into this short. And I did. But I'm not going to tell you to do the same thing. You said, yeah, you said. I mean, I said a couple. I didn't take the GME, okay, but I was pointing out that GME was holding 100. So I was saying that what? I mean, it held 100, and it had a nice little pop here, little move here. So I mean, if that meets your trading plan, and I'm not talking to you specifically, but if somebody looked at that and said, I see what he's looking at. Yeah, okay, I can take some, put a stop at 100, see what happens. Then I mentioned this red bar ignored right there. So in theory, you could have taken this right there. I know Zach and others are short this, but I mean, these are just ideas. I mean, we had a lot of different types of trading styles in the room. And what I say to somebody might say, I don't like it because of this. That's fine. But somebody might go, I see what he's looking at. Yeah, I think I'll have a go. I mean, that's what it really is all about. But ultimately, the goal is to get everybody to think for themselves, contribute into the room, the ideas, and then we can all benefit. All right, guys. What are we doing here now in the market? Are we stock going down? A little bit. Just a little bit. Time is it? 2:46. Okay, so one last look at my homepage and all. Torture you on that till before I get muted at 3. All right, there's my link. And again, if you're in the main room, there's my tab. Tab, of course, has the link all day long. Click on it, and this is what you'll see. So this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which, if you want, you can take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas. Barry 4 Alpha, 15% off the first month only, entire year. Give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have the 4 plans: annual premium, annual premium, annual standard, monthly premium, monthly standard. So the big one on a yearly basis, premium $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standards $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which certainly had an interesting day. Went long, a lot of stocks in the face of the market. And some of them worked out quite well. I mean, you see, you had to trade them, but the CNR at one point was up to almost 15 from 1436. So that's what you're saying. You got to trade them. But that's basically why most people, if they want to have our premium service, they want to take a look at the AI. You don't have to go annual. Monthly is fine. 118, 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. We have 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And all the education that we have, and this is when I kind of go into it a little bit more. We have a very comprehensive user guide now. The user guide is all laid out in sections. You can see all the sections that we've got. But also we have hopefully it'll work this time. There we go. We have a fully searchable user guide. Okay, it's fully searchable. And it's very comprehensive now. But if I'm starting out with trade ideas, this is what I do. I take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Okay, it goes over what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI that we nickname Holly. Next, daily support. So I take my break at noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And also, Monday to Friday, Chris Varley is there from Trade Ideas between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay? So the 12 to 1 and the 3:30 to 4:30, I mean, I'll answer questions all day long, but this is probably a little more geared to questions, but certainly I will answer questions all day long, recognizing the fact that I am trying to trade and I'm a little bit busy, but you know what? No problem answering questions. Daily webinars, next week it is the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. And the following week it's Monday-Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here. And the big one, if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this little video series. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put it on. Starts off with what is a stock? So I mean, if you're really new to trading or looking for a refresher or maybe a different take, this is a great little series that Michael put on. And last, my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Okay? I have a lot of different types of scans here. This is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. I use these in the pre-market. I really concentrate on the top list, though. Okay? I mean, the gap up and down, they're okay. They give me a real-time alert when a stock makes a new high or low. But this is really what I focus on. It's a top list. You can sort on different columns, get different looks. So in these 2 sections, a lot of information. If you save my link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. Nothing in this gap up. All right, guys, I'm just going to get the announcement up here. I'm still here until 3 on the mic, but I'll just get the announcement up here. Whoops. Oh, I'll wait. Good old FAZ. F-A-Z. Again, in those days, it's the only ETF I used to trade was FAZ. In those days, back in 2008. Here's you're buying this as the financials, especially the financials, are going down, which they were. Well, listen, guys. I know a lot of you are short this or trying to short this GME, but I mean this is strong. This is pretty strong. Off that red bar ignored. 106, $3 move. I don't know what's going to happen, but this is not following the market at all right now. Handle, I remember him. Yeah. You got me into trading earnings, GME. Let's see if we have it. Or if it's so far out. Yeah, it's so far out. I don't know where we go, how far out we go. 45 days maybe, and if it's past 45 days, nothing is going to be shown here. But just for you, yeah, it's way out. I mean, they had earnings on December 8th. So I can do some math. December 8th to January 8th to February 8th. So it looks like around March 8th. Okay, so they've pushed it out a bit then. Or they're doing it sooner. It's interesting because I mean they had earnings on the 8th. Usually it's 3 months. Doesn't Not a hard and fast rule, but usually it's 3 months, which would have put that March 8th. So they're releasing on the 15th. Interesting. I mentioned this one earlier, AXSM. I did not take this one. Boy, of course, U.S. Steel earlier on in the day did have a little jog up, but after that, other than that little base moving down. Wow, what is Monday going to bring as the financial pundits mull over this market all weekend? Okay. So it's a little bit later. As I say, usually it's 3 months, I was surprised to see February, but okay. Well, look at uranium. There's the ETF for uranium. Remember how this one just exploded over a few months? Now this has been cut by a third. Well, let's torture ourselves one more time here and take a look at the sector ETF. Yeah, utilities, guys. There's definitely been a flight to the utilities to a certain extent. XLU. How's our dollar doing? Shoot. I want a low Canadian dollar. All right, guys, I will put my announcement in now. So right around 3:30, I'll come back, shut the room down, put the link in for YouTube. If you want to head over there, listen to Chris from 3:30 to 4:30. Yeah, man, oh man, look at this. Market is being just getting devastated here. Cannot catch a bid, as we say. Cannot catch a bid. All right, guys, 3 o'clock. Well, I'll be back in about half an hour and to shut the room down. So have fun while I'm kind of gone.